Alrighty, there we go. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and the Technicolor rainbow in between and beyond. We have successfully acquired our Dice Throne Marvel Battle Chest Bundle and Save Champion Edition. It is still in the box. I haven't even cut tape yet. That's going to be the first couple sounds you hear from me other than my voice. I would have it on screen, but it's got my address plastered all over it. So you'll just have to forgive me and imagine what it looks like as I crack open a cardboard box here. So, been looking forward to this since last year. Been extremely hyped and excited. I figure since it's going to take a little bit of time to sleeve all these cards, because I did get those as well with this. I love this game. Would love to talk about it while I'm working on it. So I will happily invite any and all to watch, enjoy, and ask any and all questions you would like, as far as mechanics of the game or just anything you can come up with related to Dice Throne and or myself. You're welcome to fire away. And if this is mostly just me talking to myself without external input for an hour or so, that'll be just fine too. If it's not that interesting, then we won't put it on YouTube. But if it is, hello and congrats to those who get to watch. Alright, so on the very top here is our delightful dice tray. Absolutely love the dice trays on Marvel. I figured they're pretty good about visibility, noise. Like they're not like velvet lined or anything, but I don't think they make it any louder than rolling on a regular table. And look at that art, you gotta love it. It's very Thor movie. Most from for Thor movie posters, as far as just bright, bombastic colors. Like, you gotta love the artwork. So, what else we got? Got a little side pack of the promo cards here. Right. And what's next? So we've got a rolled mat here. Let's see if I can get into that without injuring anything. I only vaguely trust myself with a knife here. Alright, so you will open up in a moment, but in the meantime, oh yeah, look at that sucker. It's bigger than how much camera room I've got. Goodness. Gotta love it. I'm curious what it's hard to imagine Loki being on anyone's side when it comes to a mashup like this, but yeah. Let's see. Okay. So the promo pack, you crack it open here, mentions its details. It's got the 8 randomizer cards, so you can, if you're not sure who it is you want to play, you are welcome to shuffle these and deal randomly, and that'll help you decide who it is you're going to play. And we've got the Mythic Cards. Somewhat spoilers here on DTA, but these can absolutely be used to enhance a game if you would like to play a regular duel with these, or your average savvy individual might notice that this is very akin to some legacy content in DTA if you want to use it for that. Yeah, the colors of the backs are different. I noticed that on the Discord channels discussed, because the art on the regular heroes, coincidentally I had them handy nearby, because that art is the Mad King, his little hand there, and unfortunately, separate universes there, so to not allow for commingling is indeed differently backed. Yeah, the art on these looks fantastic. Just gotta love Loki's smirk. Oh, and Spidey's sideways. Had to be different. That's very cool. I didn't expect that. That's cool. Other than those and the mythics, you've got the classic promos. You know, the yellow card on the bottom. With the usual suspects of draw a 6 and good stuff happens. Did you not roll a 6? Well, you get a free card and replacement. So all good there. Yeah, I mean, I get why it is that they couldn't do it, but to your, for those who would absolutely look forward to mixing and matching here, it is a bit of a frustration to not be able to conveniently do it and be able to get away with the difference. But you could always shuffle, not look at them, and then deal them that way. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, all the common cards had different art as well. So yeah, just all the above there were most likely what's the word I'm looking for? Compromise is necessary to make this product come to life. So it is what it is, and small price. Okay. So, but at least the backs of the promo cards here are the same as all the other ones as well. So though funny enough, I guess since it's unique to each character's decks, I guess the backs of these wouldn't have mattered too much. But nothing distinct about the Mad King on the back of those, so didn't have to worry about it. So these I'm going to keep out since we're going to be shuffling those in. And the randomizers I'll keep with my others. And the Mythic cards I'll just put in my DTA box sometime. I tried recently. I took my Season 1 and 2 in DTA to Acon to demo for a few hours first weekend of June down in Dallas. Well, down in Texas. Dallas adjacent. It was in Irving. Myself, do I sleeve the Mythic? No. I mean, they're not shuffled into any decks. They are rarely handled. I don't play DTA with the Mythics very often. Usually when I'm playing DTA, it's showing new friends the campaign, or new to DTA friends. And so we usually play from the base and sort of go from there. Yeah, clear sleeves would be a perfectly legit idea, but otherwise, if you take one of the sleeves, well, that's now you've got 49 left, and your card limit, your deck limit in DTA is 50. So, yeah, I probably wouldn't put one of the regular sleeves on it, but you're welcome to, I suppose. Completely harmless. I don't even know why I'm sitting down here. I got plenty more stuff to grab out of a box. All right. Okay, what else we got? I almost forgot. We've got a second neoprene to crack open here, so I'm gonna have to move that just a moment. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So we got the Marvel Dice Throne logos in the corner there. And yeah, just like the box art, you've got that. Let's see. Oh man, I like how Scarlet Witch's eyes glow red. I didn't notice that before on the primary cover art in the tray. That's really cool. Yeah, being able to zoom in a bit more, see a bit more detail. Very nice. Okay, you all sit there for a moment. Alright, is there anything else external from the box proper? There is! Right. What we're here for. The premium sleeves. 400 sleeves, 50 for each hero. Right. Yeah. Only 400 cards to sleeve. Well, not even 400 because, you know, they've got plenty of spares, so we couldn't possibly be here for too long, right? All right. And the big kahuna herself. Same size and dimensions it feels and looks as the other battle chests, but no book motif on the side here, just more lovely character art here. Sorry it's so close to the camera, but it's a very large box. Yeah, bottom part of the corner here just says Marvel Dice Throne, and then it has, I think they're in a box, if I recall correctly, they're in a two-player battle box rather than chest that you can purchase. Can I try my ring light? I could. I fear the glare is going to be impressive. Where's the switch for that? But I could certainly try. Where are you at? Actually, I'm not even sure I have this one plugged in. I can certainly move my other ring light. Oh, I do have it plugged in. Yeah, so, boom! Yeah, if you... I mean, the amount of gloss and potential glare because of it makes it to where I don't normally turn on this ring light whenever I'm streaming games, playing online, what have you. But yeah, because otherwise just enjoy a lovely white ring whenever you look at any of the cards or any of the sleeved cards especially, and even potentially the dice as well. Just everything is very shiny, making it all very conducive for real life gaming. But online streaming, you have to be just slightly clever with your light sources if you don't want glare to be too much of an annoyance or hindrance. Yeah. Oh, and on the top of the box, there we got Spidey and Scarlet. So I assume on the bottom we got the other two, the brothers. Yep, brothers themselves. Last and not least, I look forward to Loki getting as many horror stories and he is banned at our table stories as the Shadow Thief has. I feel like as far as mental damage, he can't beat Loki. It's gonna be really funny. Man, I still kind of hesitate to like talk about these heroes sometimes because I'm always like, wait, am I allowed to talk about these? Like, yes, everyone now has access to them. Well, or is in the middle of gaining access. It's no longer secret stuff. We can talk. So, all right, I'm going to go, hopefully carefully, make a small incision in the plastic and start cracking this sucker open after that. All right. That should be good. All right, and we've got the classic introduction on the Welcome to Dice Throne here. The Welcome to Dice Throne, a heart-pumping, fast-playing game of skillful card play and dice manipulation that will have your game nights cheering. So it starts, like that description has been that way since I've ever noticed it, and it always starts with the card play. It's like, yes, the dice are very pretty. They're absolutely integral to what makes this game a lot of fun, as are many aspects of it. But it always likes to preface, like, the card play is mentioned first. Like, this is not just luck of the draw here. Well, ironically, I say that metaphor since we're starting with cards, but this is not simply luck of the dice roll and that's it and head empty. No. There is skill. This is a fast-playing game of skillful play and manipulation. Yeah, so we have indeed, this is the Champion Edition, so yeah, this is the pre-order one, or the Kickstarter one, I should say. So we're gonna have a couple extra goodies involved, like colored trays, a special edition of Mjolnir, all sorts of fun stuff. So, and if the lighting ever gets just too much on this ring light here, once we start getting into stuff that has glare, probably once I start sleeving especially, but maybe sooner, I'll turn this one off and just use my side one. Sorry, I'm just like, my camera is like a foot and a half above my desk here. So sorry that when I open stuff, it's coming right at you. Oh, look at that! Oh man, the smell, the silica gel protecting us from dangerous uh, humidity. Don't eat this unless you want to escape the matrix in the painful way. Don't eat that, kids. All right, and we've got Dice Throne Rules of Play version 1.0 for Marvel Dice Throne. This rulebook is a living document. Download the latest version at mdtrules.dicethrone.com. So yeah, it's got a separate rulebook. It's gonna be almost verbatim in many places, except the art will be unique on it. Well, I don't know why I'm describing it. Let's just look at it. Oh yeah. Oh man, that's cool. It comes with the tokens, and the standees are in the same punch outs as the stats effect tokens. It makes total sense, and that's pretty good consolidation. Good call, logistics. I like it. I concur. Do you concur, Doctor? Right. Oh, I'm going to move this a smidge. Oh, the art inside the box lid is what the other mat has on it. So I always like to have a picture on the inside of the cover art, or inside the box lid, which is always sweet. Like that is extra that you don't have to do. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that didn't mean to mislead you that it was a pre-order copy. Yeah, this is a Kickstarter edition. Yeah, but there aren't too many differences from the boxes from here on out, and nothing gameplay wise. Like that's a Roxley and by association Dice Throne thing. Like there's never any gameplay that you're gonna miss out on, and there's not that many, if barely any, really. Like extra stuff that you're gonna miss out on. They don't really subscribe to the FOMO too much. Um, like just unless logistics just make it impossible to make something continuously sustained to where they can always offer it to sell it or what have you. To my knowledge, anyway. Not an employee, not a worker there, not sponsored, none of that jazz. Just a super fan. The the unique things to the Kickstarter backing were, I think, the material that Loki cards are made out of, and the perhaps the color trace as well, though I'm not 100% on that. And Mjolnir having an extra metal version, which will be fun. Yeah. The material feels just a little bit more stiff than what the normal rulebook has, or at least the rulebook copies that I have in the other boxes. But the paper itself feels about the same. I would just say that the cover material feels just a little bit more dense, a little more stiff, but otherwise pretty darn similar. Yeah, quick reference guide on the back for all the alphabetical, handy dandy, if you will, like Magic the Gathering capital words, like then. You gotta love then. Yeah. So, and this makes me really happy. Like, my name is on the credits here. Like this was so very sweet of them to offer to do as such for playtesters and what have you. So, yeah. Okay. So the status effect tokens we've got here are feeling pretty good, pretty shiny. Ah, so much plastic. Ugh. Gotta watch out, make sure my dogs don't feel the need to chew on it. So we got the standees, and it's unique to the box sets. It keeps the box set, like it matters, but it keeps the battle boxes sort of together there. Oh, these are still. Yeah, no, these others. Yeah, this one's still attached. Like, I don't know if it was even supposed to be cut or not completely all the way. It affects literally nothing, but interesting. So, yeah, what? I feel these already starting to want to pop out. Oh man, Loki Spellbounds look so good. Like, I always thought they looked like little pills, and they're a little less blue all around than I remember them. They've got a lot like more black to the outlining of the spellbound design than I figured or than I recalled. And the most of the stats effects are symmetrical on both sides, but a fun exception are Black Widow's time bombs here. I'll flip them over to the 1, but otherwise I'm pretty sure everything else is symmetrical on both sides. Ooh, and Loki's illusion tokens are much bigger than I expected in a good way. Like, they're unique status effect tokens. I remember them being fairly circular, and they are, but this jagged edginess here is adding a lot to its flavor. Like, it's a unique, that's been the norm, that when it's a unique status effect, it is uniquely shaped. And that seems to continue to be the case. Pardon me, getting a drink of water. Okay. So, got trays, got promos, tons of status effects here. Right, you stay folded and happy. You can just stay right there. And rulebook, I'm gonna put you back. Status effect tokens, you stay there for now. And sleeves, you go there. Okay, I think I can take a seat now because we're gonna get to the nitty gritty. I'm starting to sleeve some guys. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I can prop this to where you can see it very well. I tried to not spill anything, but here's the order of the heroes on the side. Kind of figured be Black Panther and Captain Marvel first because I felt like complexity-wise, I think they're a good starting point for showing someone who's just a complete newbie to gaming, complete newbie to Dice Throne. You want to start them out with someone simple. You gotta hook them first. You gotta make a great first impression. So don't give somebody a hero that's really complicated and then stomp the crap out of them. That is not how you make a fan for life. And never modify an ultimate against someone who is playing their first game or getting their first ult. That is an unofficial official rule right there. Like the rule 0 of Rocket League. Like, it's just something you don't break. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm just gonna go in the order of the. I'm just gonna let this decide. I haven't shuffled these or mixed them up yet, so I will let these decide the order. So we are gonna start with Black Panther here. So, yeah, that color is strong. That purple, it is a little bit brighter than I figured. Like a little more pastel-y than I figured. But very nice. So I put that there and the glare doesn't hit it. Heck of a deal. All right. I'm figuring it out as we go. I've never actually used this when I'm streaming. Okay. Can't do it play to win always. Well, I mean, like there's absolutely a time and place. Okay, so we got to figure this out. Maybe I should just move these, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah. Still warm from being in a UPS box the whole day. Like, you can feel the power of the Marvel characters. Alright, how best to show reads? No glare. About like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so at the other side, so this is something new compared to Dice Throne Season 1 and 2. The rules clarifications here, rather than saying a question and then an answer after that, it just goes straight into like describing FAQs, and that allows for just more space because you're not setting up a question and then answering it. You're just going straight to an answer that hasn't been asked yet, but it still has the exact same course of action or goal as an FAQ. This is to explain like medium to higher level like thinking of complexity or interaction, like what happens when this and this interact. Well, we did our best to anticipate such questions and fill this out with as many as we can come up with. Oh yeah, weapon of choice, vibranium claws. Bio, Black Panther is the ruler and protector of Wakanda, a job fit for a king. With the help of the heart-shaped herb, granting him legendary power, harnessed by his vibranium suit, T'Challa protects his people as the latest in a legacy line of Black Panther warriors. all the credits after that. And components. So, dial. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Apparently he started with 11 CP in my box. This feels pretty comfortably loose. It's not stiff, but it's not, you know, just going crazy like, you know, like my Cursed Pirate dial is by now. She sees a lot of play. It's my wife's favorite character and one of my favorites to play in tournaments as well. Yeah, that feels nice and comfy already. And apparently he had 98 health, so this guy's rocking it. These feel about the same. Not terribly stiff, but absolutely not loose either. So we're 1 for 1 so far. And we got the dice. So yeah, that feels good. So nice swirl painted dice here. Actually kind of subtle in some places, but it just makes the places that are strong in it like pop all the more. Like the 6 on here is particularly good. Nope. My 6 years got a little bump in his corner of his head. Do you see that? Yeah. All right. So after that, oh yeah, the turn order card is a little different. The background of this card, it's I don't know if you can see it really well, but it's not solid white. It is, I would say, diagonally like oriented boxes that alternate between white and very, very light gray. I'm actually not a tremendous fan of that because it reminds me of like stock images backgrounds, you know, like whenever you copy and paste them, you know, there's that alternating background. It reminds me of that, and it just like I don't know, like I don't know what I'm whining about. Like it's a turn order card, whatever. But it's just kind of funny. As a community theater director said once, whenever her husband tried something, she said it was a choice. So it's a choice. It's not a bad choice. Like this is me trying to be extremely picky here. I'm gonna crack open these again, hopefully carefully. Don't mind my crappy little work knife there. Okay. Come on then. Just plastic now. You ain't gotta defeat me like this. Alright, there we go. Yep. So yeah, the back side of it has timings. Oh, and this is cool. This is new. I don't recall passive abilities being proactively mentioned on the back here. But that is really handy. It's a quick reminder, like look for the purple meeple. Like that is a unique thing you need to look for. And yeah, all the CPs have the CP flag symbol on them. Some older editions of season 1 and 2 don't have that little green flag with the CP dial. But yeah. Main phase, roll phase, instant action, status effects are like instant action, and watch for your passive. It explains when it does its job. All right. So I like to keep my spare sleeves in the tray. Look at that tray. Look at that vacuum sealed tray. Gotta love it. These have plenty of room for sleeved cards. That's why it's got 2 slots. Because if you don't sleeve your cards, you really only need 1. But if you sleeve your cards, it's got enough room for them, and you'll need to use both piles for it to fit comfortably. So, but what I like to do whenever I'm sleeving all my cards, you know, with all the spare sleeves, because it comes with 50, but most decks are about 32, 33-ish in size, I put the spares on one of them and then put this to separate the 2. Like, I wish I could keep all the spare sleeves in DTA because, you know, that's the predominant place you need the spare sleeves. But at least for mine, I've found that I can't quite fit them in there. Like, all the space is pretty well used, and there's a little bit of free space for possible future expansions, I think, you know, future proofing, so to speak. But, you know, an extra 300 sleeves ain't gonna fit in DTA, not comfortably anyway. If you find a way, let me know. Okay, every deck has the 18 universal cards. You know, just like all the other Dice Throne heroes, though the front art is now different on them. No more Mad King referencing. Oh, you guys can't quite see that. Let me move that. So there's the art for the first 4 I grabbed out here. There's Strange, Marvel, Black Panther, and last and definitely not least, Scarlet there. More plastic. Be gone. Okay, so we are gonna grab Black Panther sleeves and start sleeving here. So apologies if you'd like me to crack open everyone first and then sleeve, but this is me multitasking. I knew it was going to take me a while to sleeve all the cards, so this is me offering to do Q&A while I do it. So feel free to, if I put this on YouTube later, feel free to, you know, skip ahead if you just want to look at the stuff. But yeah, so as far as unique cards, I'll happily like read them as we go. Got a 0 cost Yabambe here. Pardon me if I butcher pronunciations, I certainly don't mean to. Discard 2 kinetic energy to gain a vibranium suit, so that is a fun instant to suddenly protect yourself from 3 health worth of damage. So, yeah. Yeah, vibranium suit is just player may spend this token to prevent 3 incoming damage. It may not be transferred by any means, but may be removed. It's going to happen a lot with Marvel. They've got so many unique status effects among them that often cannot be transferred by the nature of being unique. That's usually what that implies, but it's also written in the instruction. But a lot of times they can still be removed, but they absolutely cannot be transferred. A tactician or anyone else with a transference may not render Black Panther naked by stealing his vibranium suit. Sorry about that. I guess you can render it ineffective by removing it, but you can't steal it. All right. I'm going to put these on the other way so we can at least see the art vaguely where we're going. Got Vibin, discard the suit to prevent 6 damage. So this can double the effectiveness of a suit, and since you can only have 1 suit at a time. As far as, yeah, I was a playtester. Was it ever stronger? I don't think I'm at proactive liberty to mention what is or isn't as far as changes throughout the game's generation, so to speak. You know, it's fairly proprietary information, A, and B, you don't want to just spread the word about like, here's how it used to be. Doesn't that sound more fun? Well, this is the way it is now. Sorry. I mean, hopefully vice versa is often the common, you know, reaction or what have you. But as far as being at proactive liberty to discuss the process or the changes that it underwent over time, sorry, I'm probably not going to get into that detail. So, like, happy to discuss any technicalities you can come up with as far as curiosity about interactions or even like pro strats with you know what to play or how to play, you know. But I don't think I can get too much into the playtesting experience as far as the different iterations over time. But yeah, this one's fun because you can surprise them with especially if you can combo with this one. If you already have a suit, you can spend the first suit for 3 health and then play this, get the suit back, and then you can vibe in for preventing an extra 6. So all of a sudden you can prevent 9 damage. Combine that with the universal not this time, and that's 15 damage that he can prevent with just cards. 3 cards there. So pretty strong there. How it landed at 3? Good question. Well, I couldn't really tell you why that was the magic number. I guess any less and it would have felt too ineffective, but any more and it would have felt too strong. I mean, if I were to guess, like, you know, not this time is an extremely strong card. Like, it absolutely determines and wins games sometimes and prevents 6. So having something that's as strong as that, as something that you can often get a hold of, would probably have been too much, but too little and it would have felt too weak. So, it's got Strength of Will, a kind of pretty simple, like bread and butter attack modifier. 50% of your dice have that symbol, or 50% of your dice faces have that symbol, so you're gonna roll on average 2.5 extra damage for 1 CP. That's pretty fair ratio. Doesn't stop me from only rolling 1, but you know. Okay. What else we got? Warrior Wakanda. Your attacks become undefendable. So your attack, singular. So 2 CP, your attack is now undefendable. Absolutely capable of being worth. So he's got 2 attack modifiers, and the next one's not attack modifier. So that might be it for him as far as cards that attack modify. Energize. Been watching a lot of Star Trek recently, coincidentally. Roll 1 dice, gain half the value in kinetic energy. So that can surprise enemies with a burst. Oh yes, don't forget the promo. Good call. Thank you for reminding me. I'll save it for last, but I am going to put it here so I don't forget. Because I don't actually know who's underneath him. I assume it's Captain Marvel, but I want to surprise myself as much as y'all. Because that'll be who's next. So, right. So, in case I haven't gone over it yet, or you didn't know, kinetic energy is fun. Just, you can hold up to 8 for every 2 you possess. It just modifies your attack by an extra 1 per. So, second limit of 8. So you would think that means you can get a maximum plus 4 damage from your attacks. But the second bullet point there mentions, once you hit the stack limit, you immediately interrupt yourself by removing all kinetic energy, and then you get awesome benefits. You gain 2 CP, draw 2 cards, and deal 5 damage to a chosen opponent as isolated undefendable. So it's immediate damage. It's not added to, if you do this in the middle of a roll phase, it's not added to the stack, so to speak. It's not added to damage calculation. It is immediate isolated damage, like a powder keg blowing up. But yeah. Kind of call it a burst. Yeah, boost damage and burst at stack limit. Yeah, so the color-coded sentences to describe shorthand what it is they do are still there. But yeah, the kinetic energy, this energize here could surprise your opponent. You might have, 6 or so, which is pretty good. If anything, you want to attack with having 6. Because that's going to add plus 3 damage. But you could play this and all of a sudden burst, and your opponent takes an extra 5 while you get tons of resources. That's a pro strat that makes Black Panther very strong. He struggles to struggle at late game. Like, statistically, you're going to burst 1 to 2 times a game. I don't think it usually lasts long enough for it to be 3. But because he'll often burst near the late game, if you've gassed yourself, as the opponent of him, if you've gassed yourself out on resources, he's all of a sudden going to draw 2 cards, get 2 extra CP, and you're going to feel up against a wall because it just feels like consistently he is going to have more resources than you unless you're a shadow thief. Yeah, I'll put that down and keep going. And as far as how you gain kinetic energy, anytime damage is successfully dealt to you, it gains you 1. So, and that's lovely against isolated or outside of battle damage. Black Panther loves to have a single bleed on him, or loves to have a single poison on him, or maybe even a burn. Like, it's not a bad trade-off. So certain characters are gonna struggle against him more just because if they separate out their damage a lot, it is going to just be all the more beneficial for his kinetic energy. And the and just kind of a heads up to my knowledge, and I could be incorrect here, but to my knowledge, most damage continues to accumulate and then go at the end of the phase. The upkeep phase mentions that in the rules. Damage calculation in battle mentions those rules. If you are an opponent playing against him and you have main phase damage cards, like let's say Ninja, I believe all the damage for those is accumulated and taken all at once at the end of the phase. So if you somehow are able to have multiple sources that do damage to him, if they don't mention that they're specifically isolated damage, they might all accumulate at the end of the main phase. I need to actually confirm that to make 100% sure, so don't quote me on that, but I think that's the way that the rules would interpret it. But it's pretty rare for there to be multiple cards that can inflict main phase damage, so pretty much one thing is going to do that to him. It will give him 1 kinetic energy, and then you'll move on. So, yeah, that is that card. What do we got next? Stop at nothing. 0 CP for a discard 2 kinetic energy to gain 3 CP. So you can absolutely just sell this for 1 CP. So basically, it's asking the question, is 2 kinetic energy worth 2 CP? And depending upon what cards you have in hand and your CP dial, absolutely. But don't forget that you can just sell this for 1 CP. So this might be one of those cards that you sell more often than you play. but it is unique case to case, especially with the bursts, you know, because the burst is also going to get you CP. So you sell this and you burst, and instead of losing 2 kinetic energy, you gained 2 cards, you know, while spending 8 kinetic energy. So this is one of those cards that might be very useful to play at a pivotal moment, but as far as playing it every game that you get it, your call. I can't 100% attest to that. So, oh, now we're getting to upgrades here. So I don't know if you can successfully see what all the abilities are here. I'm covering the ult here, but you know, I'll go ahead and zoom in on the upgrades because I know a lot of people haven't been able to see those. Like, you can usually find the board online on YouTube videos or promos or what have you, but the upgrades have been a little bit harder to find, so I'll happily kind of show those. So Bashenga's honor here. Again, apologies if pronunciation is atrocious. Yeah, so yeah, Powder Keg always says it's isolated damage, so that 3 damage is going to get a kinetic energy and done. I'm thinking more along the lines of cards that don't, or damage sources during main phase that do not specifically say immediate isolated damage. You know, because you know all of the bleeds, burns, poisons you have, whatever, they all accumulate and you take the damage one time during upkeep phase. Which is nice because, you know, Black Panther could then use his suit or Vibin, even because it's red, to block all that damage. But I was just curious if there was a way for multiple main phase damage sources to occur to him and whether or not they would consolidate like it does in upkeep and battle phases. I'm not a hundo on that, but that'd be my default answer if I were asked to, you know, judge at a tournament. But I could absolutely be proven wrong. Yeah, Bashenga's honor here, 2 CP to add an extra dice to your defense roll. Your defense roll is on 50% of your faces on your dice, you do 1 damage. So that adds an extra dice. So that adds, what, an extra 0.5 damage on average to your defense roll for 2 CP. I mean, I love upgrading defenses, and unless you're fighting against someone like a ninja who's going to prevent you from ever rolling it, good stuff. Like, why not upgrade it? So, oh, this is one of my favorite upgrades for him. So, it's passive. Just when you take damage, gain a kinetic energy. So the upgraded, it is 0 cost. So this is a free upgrade. The only thing it adds is your stack limit is now 7. This can be a hilarious surprise. Let's say you attack your opponent and you have 6 kinetic energy. You're going to add +3 to this attack. It's great. They defend and their defense does damage back. Excellent. You took the 1 or 2 damage from their defense and you gained a 7th energy. Now it's main phase 2. Play this card. Stack on an extra 5 damage to what you did. Get all your CP and cards. And you will absolutely surprise opponents with this. It is a ton of fun to hold this in your hand, wait till main phase 2, right when you get to 7 after taking return damage from their attack. And yeah, getting the extra benefit there. Ton of fun. Okay, got the mini ult upgrade, Ancestral power here. It adds Panther reflexes, which is a simple gain half stack limit here of kinetic energy there, gain 4, which is real nice. It's always nice to have a micro ult. But the mini upgrade, for 2 CP, it adds 2 undefendable damage to his Ancestral power, which is pretty strong. Like, his board might look a little underwhelming, kind of like the Gunslingers, but it's one of those things where you have to remember he's constantly adding damage via his status tokens. Same with the Huntress as well. Sometimes the Huntress board looks a little underpowered, but, you know, you got to remember to add +2 to everything. Well, he likes to add somewhere between +1 and +3 to everything, so that's why his board might seem a little weak, but he can be very nasty, especially if you can manage your kinetic energy well and hopefully not get too unlucky with opponents playing what status effects on you at cruel times. But, you know, that's the pain of the Paladin mains everywhere. What's next? We got the triple threat upgrade. Damage stays the same. It doesn't change anything from on to per, but it does add a 3rd dice roll. For 2 CP. So, decent upgrade, but it is kind of expensive for just a 3rd dice roll, hoping to add a little bit more damage to your attacks or maybe get better chances to get a 6 for that card draw, which is always nice. You're calling whether that one's worth the upgrade. I mean, I like triple threat, but maybe I like to roll it too much. Maybe just because the dice spread is so fun on it. I really like this dice spread, that 2 of your first symbol, 2 of the second symbol, and then 1 of your 6. That's in Captain Marvel as well. I really like that spread. What else we got? Meteoric Punch is small and large traits are consolidated into 1 ability, which is good and bad. Hey, Marvel game. Hey, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Showing off the Kickstarter edition of Marvel Dice Throne, which is Battle Yahtzee combined with Yu-Gi-Oh! Turn Order, is the shortest way I describe it to gamers. So yeah, it's small and large straight are consolidated into 1 ability, which is fun for his board. It means all the more abilities, especially since he's got 1 taken up by his passive. But that is unfortunately a bit of a struggle against Loki, since he can cover both small and straights with 1 spellbound. But we'll get into that later. Had a very tense match of Captain Marvel, Drax, and the Enchantress versus Lady Deathstrike. Cool. In what game? For a second there, I thought you were talking about Marvel Dice Throne. Marvel Legendary. Yo! I almost played Marvel Legendary last night. My wife and I have a weekly board game night on Wednesdays, but we end up playing DC Deck Builder 1 with the Crisis co-op expansion mixed into it. We played the co-op. We lost. The Joker had a really cruel Crisis, and it screwed all our decks over so long for so bad that we couldn't catch up. Small straight upgrade. Adds 1 damage to both abilities for 2 CP. Seems a little steep, but I mean, this couldn't, this has to be 2 CP to upgrade 2 abilities, in my opinion, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is on that costing too. Stealth straight upgrade adds 1 damage, so it's 4 undefendable instead of 3. That is 1 CP upgrade. Not bad, not bad. If you're ever interested in playing 2-player Legendary League, let me know. Will do, Bagel. Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is one of my favorite upgrades. Heart Shape 2, where it costs 2 CP. Absolutely worth it. Instead of the base only gaining 3 energy, you gain energy equal to the number of kinetic energy. So this could gain a number of your 4s or 5s that you've rolled. The heart-shaped herb symbol there. So this can gain you 5 if you roll all of that symbol. Feels super good to do that while gaining your vibranium suit. So that basically blocks 3, possibly explodes, possibly bursts your kinetic energy for an undefendable 5 and all the fun resources. Tons of fun on that one. Vibranium Claws upgrade adds 1 damage to everything, and on 3 of a kind you get a kinetic energy for 1 CP. That's not bad at all for the basic attack upgrade. Alright, and now we are into the common to everyone's deck cards, the 18 universal cards. The art on them is completely changed and very pretty. I love the kind of star space motif going on here. Very Infinity Wars vibe to me. The backs are still the same on all the cards, but yep, otherwise these are all universal, so nothing new on these other than the art, so I'll show that for a bit, but otherwise I'm going to go fairly swift once we get through these. I really like the Better D defense here. There's like nice little crystal shield. Gives Mirror Shield PTSD to anyone who casually played Yu-Gi-Oh! Helping Hand has a almost like celestial looking hand here saying, no, let me help you out with that. Reroll that. Okay. Yeah, all the dice are just very space motifed here. Like, can you, like, it almost looks like a droplet. I mean, I guess it's sort of an ether wave vibe, but the bottom symbol with the brighter white kind of looks like an ocean wave, like on a sandy shore. And the top one kind of looks like sort of a yin yang symbol, sort of just a like mana droplet, or even blood droplet, depending upon your shape, Rorschachs. I really like this. It's very pretty. So, yeah, the Samesies. Samesies has 2 dice. Don't let that confuse you. It just says, hey, that 1 dice, now it's going to look like this dice. And maybe Samesies looks like that on the normal one, and I forgot. But for whatever reason, that was a thought that popped in my head when I looked at that now. What's the word for whenever you see something you've seen tons of times, but it feels like you're seeing it the first time? It's like jamais vu or presque vu, as opposed to déjà vu. We'll get into déjà vu with Doctor Strange later. Sowa looks great here. Looks like a 6 stars kind of coalescing into 1, or 6 streaks, and this can be 1 of 6 results. It's your choice. So very well designed. And I never really sat there and thought about the motif of the art because I am not artistically inclined. My stick figures suck. So seeing anything Oshu, yes, yes, the sauce. That's what the word is. But yeah, looking at things and trying to discern like what motif or style or theme is the designer going for. That's a lot of fun. No wonder there's so many um, reactions and critiques out there. Like it's fun content to create, probably easy content to make as well. I mean, I'm doing it. I don't know what I'm doing here. Try again. Show the 2 dice here to remind you you can re-roll 2 dice. Doesn't have to be the same dice. Doesn't have to be at the same time. You can absolutely pick 1 dice and pick it up and then choose another. So. Sounds good. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for your time. Hey, Dice is Wild? Yep, 2 dice are wild there. The art kind of looks similar to Same there. Yeah, not this time. Looks really nice. Another shield here, but instead of being mirror shield, it's very, like, magical vibe because it looks like extra energy coming out from the physical piece there. Thank you for the follow, Bagel. I appreciate that. Getting paid is funny because it's got the little. I don't think I've ever noticed that before, but it's got the CP flag and shape in there on the 2 coins there. My wife likes to call CP coins whenever she plays, and it's describing it and explaining it to newbies. So absolutely, if that's something you like to do, that is encouraging to that. I wonder if that was intentional. Now we got the instance here. Tip it. That one actually shows the. Well, I mean, some of them show the numbers on it, but this one really highlights the numbers on it. But yeah, don't let this picture fool you. You can't tip the dice one side and change a 6 to a 2. It's got to be up or down a value of 1. And obviously, you can't rotate around and go 1 to 6 and vice versa. Which not meaning to be nitpicky on the art there. Just me overthinking it as is tradition. Levi looks like the shields from earlier, but busted, so that's pretty cool. Looks like the mirror shield of the Not This Time, which this cannot affect, so, I mean, that's kind of funny. But, yeah, good old bye-bye. It's got its own section in the rule book. It's so complicated sometimes. Double Up looks like the cards are almost like, window panes, like, but magical space window panes, or, like, negative zone stuff, for Zod or what have you, but very pretty and not negatively connotated, like very bright, colorful, happy colors. You love to draw double and triple up. You love to see it. So yeah, double and triple up are green and purple here, but the triple ups are all red or shiny, like gleam off of red. So interesting. So that reminds me of the Curse Pirate's Cursed Cards card that she can play. So get that out of here. Looks like more shield breaking. You've got the so-called status effect being pierced by a ray of light here. Okay, there we go. And Vegas Baby also has the coins with the CP value on them, but kind of a black ooze sort of thing. Well, not ooze, but like like essence around the coins with a little bit of glitter and gold as well. So kind of taunting you, like, hey, you might watch your money evaporate. You might win big. Go for it. Test your luck. I like that. Considering that you can't lose with this card, the only way you lose is, if you roll a 1 or 2, it's the same thing as selling the card. I like to think of that as whiffing on this card, but I mean, it's nothing but net gain. It's not going to hurt you. What status effects? Looks like it's destroying several of those mirrored discs, if you will. So pretty good motifs there. So beams of light absolutely demolishing people seems to be a pattern in this card, or in these card arts. And transference is clever. Just shows like Faces of the Moon kind of vibe here, but like moving from one to another as you transfer it. So always fun to do that. Can't do that with this suit. Can't make him naked and wear his clothes. All right, so got all my spares here. I like to keep my spares face up in my tray so that it's really obvious. Hey, you see that nothingness there? Don't take that. You don't need that right now unless we're playing DTA. I like to put them in the bottom there and separate them. Oh, I need one more for the promo there. But I like to block them off with my turn order card. So that way you can kind of put half the cards there, half in the other side, and it all fits. So next one is going to be Black Widow. Didn't see that coming. All right then. So yeah, Bost's Blessing here. Roll the dice. You get a 6. You get 4 kinetic energy. So you basically get his micro ult for free if you roll 6 on this. Otherwise, you draw a card to replace. So promos rule. They're completely free, and sometimes they have killer effects. It's lovely. So, all Alright, so all the above there, all we need to do now is grab the status effects. So, I'm gonna get the... I'm gonna put you guys over here, actually, the card sleeves, so I can use the tray exclusively for status effects here. So we need Black Panther status effects. Where you at? There you are, buddy. Okay. So I haven't actually seen anything for standing the hero stands here. Like these are, you can use these as just cute little standees, and wink wink, they can be used as your miniature if you're playing DTA. You know, everything's cross compatible, you know, like whether overtly or covertly described as such, everything is cross compatible. Am I missing any plastic standees? Not that I'm seeing, but maybe I just haven't noticed where they're at yet. So, go ahead and pop him out. Wink. So, there's our boy. Look at him go. And he needs... So if you're ever paranoid if you got everything, it does say on the components on the bottom of their FAQ side, or not FAQ side, rule clarifications side, what all it should come with. So the 5 dice, the health dial, the combat point dial, the hero board, hero leaflet, 32 cards, 33 thanks to the promo, your turn order card, 8 kinetic energy. So these can totally be stolen, or even conjured by, you know, Scarlet Witch, let's say. But since he bursts at exactly 8, you know, it's pretty easy to keep track of. You can always use something else as a stand-in the meantime if you happen to play some kind of wacky game where you need to spread the love on these. But yeah, it comes with exactly how many that he needs. A lot of times they'll come with spares because they expect transferences and things like that, but considering that as soon as he gets 8, he removes them all, I figured they didn't think that was necessary. So, we got those, and his vibranium suit, which is indicated by his necklace. I forget what that's called, so pardon me. But yeah, so that's our boy. I'm gonna set these to the side for now because I'm not 100% if there is a way that they stand up. I figured, and I'm just missing it for now. Hopefully we'll find that later. But if I even should have that and I'm missing it, if that's all I'm missing, that's awesome. Alright, out dial, CP dial, all status effects are there. So, put the leaflet there. These are always asymmetrical as well. The bottom corners are meant to go here. So, it always fits in nice and snug and neat. That is Black Panther set up. 1 down, 7 to go. And according to the promo order here, we got Black Widow next. Black Widow is my favorite. He is absolutely my favorite. Put these somewhere else so I don't knock them over and misplace them. You go over here, buddy. Okay. Interesting cutoff on where the leaflet folds. Almost got like a 4 eyes thing going on here. Don't recommend calling her 4 eyes. She'd probably smack you. Well, then again, that's a very old and not really relevant insult anymore, to my knowledge. Do kids still call people wearing glasses 4 eyes? Alright. So, actually 4 stun batons. Black Widow's bio. Trained from a young age in the Red Room, Natasha Romanoff grew up to be a master spy and physical combatant with no peers. I would have said without peer, but fair enough. After years of working alone, she found an ally in the Avengers, where she now fights a crime under the moniker Black Widow. So, got the credits, got the rules clarifications for things like time bombs and agility and things like that. So, and her leaflet is complex. You want to watch for this. This one's a lot of fun. Like, as far as a late game hero, I still don't think anyone can top Shadow Thief, but Black Widow comes extremely close. And honestly, she might equal him in that. Because her power doesn't really go away. Shadow Thieves can kind of wax and wane if he's just not getting good luck with his dice. But she absolutely can just stay late game. So she might give him a good run for his money. I don't know. further testing, we'll have to see if she can be defined as such there. Dice are black with swirl paint here. That kind of has smoky gray effects to it. Looks and feels very nice. I like the sound of these. And yeah, symbols look great. That eyeball on the 1s and 2s in particular is pretty complex, pretty precise there with the extra not cut out in the middle there, and it looks great. So, good stuff. We got our dice, boys. Heck yeah. Okay. So, apparently she shipped to me with 3, maybe 4 CP and 75 health. Feels nice. Not too tight, not too loose. Yeah. Alright. For unique, all right, I need your sleeves. Where are you at? Black Widow. There you is. As far as unique cards for her. Yeah, I love the arts on these. The art. It's the same art. Arts. Alright. So, for unique. Dice, you can go to your home for now. Unique cards for Black Widow. We got a symbol, but there's a little, not umlaut, but a little symbol over the E there. So is it ensemble? Oh, that's a problem. I'm going to pronounce that ensemble every time I play that card because of that little thing over the E. But assemble. She's not French, so I don't know why I'm doing it that way. Gain 2 agility, which is lovely. Agility is a half evasive, you know, or actually it's a half smoke bomb because it succeeds on a 1, 2, or 3. And if it succeeds, you take half damage. So if you are able to roll successfully on 2 agility in 1 turn, you from an attack, you take no damage. Perfectly great card there. Okay, recoil. This is a 0 CP. Oh yeah, and assembly costs 1. A symbol, rather, costs 1. Absolutely worth for 2 agility. Recoil. This costs 0. Play only after being attacked. Roll 2 dice. And you're looking for 1s and 2s, and you're looking for a 6. So this is a flight. This is so for 0 CP. Roll a flight token. Roll a half flight token, if you will. That also on a 1 or 2 can get you a CP. So if you roll a 1 or 2, it's like you sold the card already, but in the meantime, it was a half flight as far as, you know, if you roll a 6 on 2 dice, you prevent half damage. So good stuff there. Perfectly legit card worth playing. The hidden value, well, the not so hidden value of every card of selling it for 1 CP, always something important to keep in mind when it comes to which is this more valuable in this particular game at this particular turn to use. Right. Subversion is an attack modifier for 1 CP. Just adds a flat 2 damage. But it adds an additional 1 damage for each ability upgrade played this turn. So you got to keep track of that. But this will always add at least 2 damage for 1 CP, which is absolutely, you know, par for the course. Like 1 CP for about 1.5 damage is about the average, if I remember someone crunching the math. So anything that can add 2 or more for only 1 CP, absolutely worth. Yep. Cursed Pirate usually has to spend 2 CP to do 3 damage. So spending 1 to do an easy 3 damage, because you probably will have upgraded the turn you play it. Pretty good stuff. Elude, another 1 CP. If the outcome of an agility die is 5 or 6, you may play this card to ignore all incoming damage. So this one can be quite subversive. Like, all right, you roll in that agility token. It needs to be a 1, 2, or 3 to avoid half damage. So kind of like a half smoke bomb. I rolled a 5 or a 6. Well, check it out. Instead of preventing half, I spend 1 CP, and now I prevent all of it, like a proper smoke bomb or evasive. So tons of fun there. You can surprise opponents with that. Undercover Mission, 2 CP. A main phase card. A chosen player gains Time Bomb. If you have at least 4 upgrades, gain Agility. So yeah, a Time Bomb does what, 4 damage? So 2 CP for a possible 4 damage on the opponent. Great. But it can also sometimes get you a agility. So good stuff. I would argue absolutely worth 2 CP most of the time. So Cunning, a main phase 2 CP card. Again, look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Reveal all ability upgrades to your opponent and then add them to your hand. Put all remaining cards back in any order. So this one's a lot of fun if you can combo it with your covert ops. So you get to look at all 5 at the top of your deck. So unless you had 3 or more upgrades in there, which you're going to grab them all, which is great. But let's say you didn't have 3 or more. That's going to mean your covert ops option where you spend it to look at the top 3 of your deck and you grab all upgrades shown that way. But if there were none, you reveal those cards to show there were none, and you search for an upgrade and put it in your hand. Cunning can almost always guarantee that covert ops will allow you to search for the exact upgrade you want. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke a little bit earlier when I said covert ops like reveals upgrades and puts them into your hand. Cunning does that. Covert ops does not. Covert ops is one of 2 things. It plays an upgrade for free. You can only do it once per turn. You only spend covert ops once a turn, and she starts with 3 in the game. You can play an upgrade for free on the main phase, or you can play one, look at the top 3 of your deck, and if none of them show those upgrades, the upgrade cards, and you can search for one. And otherwise, you get to put them back in any order, so you can speed up your deck if you see that 2 cards down is your double up or triple up. Then you can grab it that way. Passive upgrades. Now we're on upgrades. His defense was on. That's funny. Black Panther's defense was on top, and then he had the passive, I think, or is it vice versa? Whatever. Red Rune Training 2. When you play an ability upgrade, this is my favorite upgrade in the game. One of my favorites, at the very least. But my favorite upgrade of hers, and all of her upgrades rule because she just gets benefits as she upgrades. Whenever you play an ability upgrade, draw 1, excluding this card. Otherwise, the text, I'm pretty sure, is the same. Yeah. Passive upgrade. Red Rune Training, yeah. Begin the game with 3 covered ops. You may play ability upgrades during any roll phase. So that's the same. If you have at least 5 upgrades, add 1 damage to all attacks. So that stays the exact same. The middle 2 sentences stay the exact same. It just replaces the begin the game sentence with a whenever you play an ability upgrade, draw a card. So if you get this on early or at the beginning, everything else from there on is a free card draw. Amazingly powerful, absolutely worth the 2 CP it costs, or the 1 covert ops it costs to play it. Or the ultimate you rolled to play it. Speaking of, your ultimate searches your deck for 2 upgrades and puts them into play. If you searched for Red Rune Training and you put that and something else on at the same time, you do not get to draw any cards from it. So basically this will never, her ult will never draw you 1 card. It's going to either draw you 2 because you already had this upgrade out there, or it's going to draw you none because when you put it out and something else at the same time, it's the same time. So Red Rune Training 2's ability does not fire off. Sabotage 2 for 2 CP, add a dice. That's always worth the 2 CP, and that's usually all they do, and that's still absolutely worth it. Yeah, no other text, just 2 CP to add a dice to your defense roll. Always worth it, or at least arguably a consistent worth it. Mini ult upgrade. Adds a micro ult, always handy, recon there. Gain agility, search your deck for an upgrade and put it into play, then shuffle your deck. So that might be, gain half a smoke bomb, if you will, and then draw a card because you're getting a free upgrade, from Red Rune Training if you have that upgraded. So even though her micro ult here does no damage, it still feels pretty good to play that one. And her mini ult upgrade, it adds a gain 1 CP to it, and it adds 1 base damage. And it takes out the sentence here, which makes sense because the sentence here says if you have 2 upgrades, gain a CP. This just flat out goes for it because it makes sense. If that's your very first upgrade, well, that's the only way that sentence wouldn't still be occurring. So they might as well just give it to you. Yeah, adds 1 base damage, worth 2 CP. That's a decent. I would say that's worth playing a lot of the time. Maybe not all the time. Okay. My wife just got home. That's why my dogs are barking, if you heard that. Large straight upgrade. Adds an ability called Subvert, which gains covert ops and agility, which is pretty nice. So a nice fallback there if your dice are being difficult with you. But the large straight upgrade adds 1 dice to the, do the 7 damage and then roll 4 dice. That adds the 5th dice. Nothing changes from on to per, so that's about the only change on that one. For 2 CP, maybe worth, since you've got very specific ons. You know you need 2 6s to gain the covert ops on those 4 dice. A 5th dice helps that become much more likely. So, I mean, most large straights, when you upgrade them, feel really nice to roll, and that's no exception. Yeah, small straight upgrade. Says inflict time bomb. Oh yeah, so this is kind of fun actually. So our normal small straight says inflict time bomb, deal 5 damage, and if you have at least X amount of upgrades, deal 7 damage. This says a chosen opponent is inflicted with time bomb. So you could choose someone who is not your attack target that turn. So if you got multiple opponents, you know that'd be handy in DTA, that'd be handy in free for alls or 2v2s or what have you. You can spread your damage. It's like 2v2. Let's say you're attacking, you know, like you won't actually know. Oh yeah, that's tricky. You had to define this. No, that's a target. It's a target. You inflict things. So no, you will choose this after the targeting phase. So once you know who you're attacking, if you have multiple opponents, you can then make a informed choice of who gets the time bomb. Yeah. Adds 1 base damage to both the normal and the, if you have 3 upgrades, add 1 too. And all the above is worth 1 CP. I'd say absolutely. Like 1 CP for 1 damage on both versions of what kind of damage output you can do on small straight. It's 1 CP, it's not too bad. Widow's Gauntlets. This ability is nuts. This one is the one that can do you hilarious amounts of damage. It adds 1 damage to the base of it, and that's it on the Widow's Gauntlet. But it does add Covert Mission, which is a fallback dice roll that inflicts time bomb on up to 2 different opponents. So again, if you have multiple opponents, this might be a fun fallback. This one's 2 CP. It only adds 1 base damage to the ability. Nah, I'd argue that one's probably worth a sell more than some of the others. But your call. Like, having fallbacks on dice are really nice. Because of all the additional abilities that she gets on her upgrades, she is very difficult to whiff on once you're a fully upgraded Black Widow. So Infiltrate is one of my favorite abilities that doesn't do direct damage. So, and this is really interesting what it does. So Spy Game is awesome. Let's just talk about that first before I compare that. It's a harder roll, so kind of like Kujikiri from the Ninja. It's an additional ability that's harder to roll. But this gains you a covert ops, gains you an agility, and does 6 undefendable. That is very strong. That's awesome. It's tough to gain covert ops other than the 3 you start with, so tons of fun there. That can really help you speed up and get those last couple upgrades, because sometimes that 5th or 6th upgrade is the one that really starts to make the synergy pop. But yeah, so this is interesting. Her base Infiltrate, you gain agility, advance all time bombs, then you inflict a time bomb. The upgrade says inflict a time bomb, then advance them all. If your first instinct is that, so time bombs I haven't even discussed yet, but they're a negative status effect. They start with, like when you inflict them, when they start on the 2 side, and your opponent on upkeep rolls a dice. And if they get a 6, it goes away. But if they don't, after the first one, it flips to the 1 side. And then if they fail the second roll, it explodes for isolated 4 damage and goes away. Yeah, isolated source of undefendable damage. So, your first instinct might be, this upgrade is pure net gain on the timing. Instead of advancing existing time bombs and then inflicting a new one, it inflicts a new one, then advances them all. And sometimes once you have a, 6 upgrades? Yeah, so here, yeah, inflicted this, yes, when inflicted with this token, when inflicting this token, if you have at least 6 upgrades, place it on the 1 automatically. So that makes that upgrade really nasty. You give them a 1-side bomb, then you blow it up immediately for 4 isolated damage. That's, I mean, undefendable damage is nothing to sneeze at. That's awesome. But in a rare situation, you can only hold 2 time bombs. So in a rare situation, where you already have an opponent maxed out on time bombs, because let's say your previous turn you gave them 1 and it started on the 2, and then your defense gave them a second one, and now it's your turn, your opponent already has 2 time bombs. This upgrade is actually quote unquote worse, because you can't inflict the third time bomb with this. But with the base, you could. It advances the time bombs first, so one of them is going to explode at that point, and then you give them a new one. So really rare circumstance for that to come up, but watch out for that. This upgrade can actually, if you're rich, this upgrade does not make you richer. Does that make sense? If your opponent already has 2 time bombs, this upgrade is worse. So, but if they don't already have 2, this upgrade is better. And Spy Game is a blast to roll. Getting extra covert ops and being able to get your upgrades out all the faster rules. So yeah, one of my favorite upgrades, but it's a little tricky. It's complicated. You gotta watch out for that. All right, and last is her Baton Strike upgrade, her basic attack. Because of the nature of wanting upgrades, you're happy to play this one. It only costs 1 CP, which is nice. Yeah, why did I talk about selling upgrades earlier? What's wrong with me? You're going to play all the upgrades. It's good that, on the whole, I would agree that every one of them is absolutely worth playing. There's only one that was like, yeah, maybe sell. But by the nature of who she is, you want to play all of them, so who cares? So, missed the force for the trees on that one earlier. Yeah, this adds 1 base damage to all of the Baton Strikes, and a fun little gamesmanship thing it gives you. When this card is played, your opponent reveals their hand to you. Force an opponent, so if you have multiple opponents, you can only pick one. Pick your favorite. Pick your spouse. They love it when you do that. This is kind of fun because you can permanently remember, all right, they've got to tip it. I've got to watch when I'm pushing it or what have you. All right. And yeah, after that is all of her common cards. So not a ton to say about these because you've already seen the art on these. It remains the same. Or at least, you know, if you've been here the whole time, you've been able to see these before. So, nothing new to talk about on there, but yeah. Any questions, feel free to fire off. But Black Widow is my favorite. If I, you know, everyone's gonna have favorites of a set, you know, of the Marvels, you know. On average, most people, you know, pick favorites. And I'm pretty easy. I love to play every one of the Dice Throne heroes. I love to own all of them because every one of them is fun. And you never know who a newbie is going to gel with when they first play this game. And just because you don't gel with the character doesn't mean that your friends or your family or who have you aren't going to gel with someone else. But your call. The game is modular by design on purpose. If you don't want to own all of them, don't. But yeah, Black Widow is my absolute favorite. As far as mechanics, she just feels a ton of fun to play. And I felt like her design was genius with those covert ops and wanting upgrades and all that stuff. Like, there's not very many not fun moments in this game. I love how well designed it is in that respect. Like, this game is Gestalt as all get out. You know, that, I think, German word that, you know, means more than the sum of its parts. This game is the best gaming example of Gestalt I've ever seen. Just everything comes together to make everything feel so good and so fun and so memorable. But I would say, like, one of the quote-unquote few moments of, like, man, whenever you're, like, you know, low on cards and you draw, like, the one card you get this turn and you draw an upgrade card, on a lot of characters that might feel kind of meh, like, man, well, that could have been better, but oh well. For her, it's like, yes, I got an upgrade card. How genius design is that? It takes a quote-unquote, like, you know, boring or unexciting moment, or it's something that is possible to be that more often than other moments, and turns it into a great moment. Like, that alone I felt like was just worthy of, like, labeling it as genius design. Like whoever piloted and co-piloted creating this character, good on you. I absolutely love it. I find it genius. So, next one is going to be Captain Marvel, so who I figure was going to be second. So yeah, her promo card here: on a 6, gain a covert ops, inflict a time bomb on a chosen opponent. So basically sort of the Spy Games, but without the damage. Covert ops feel amazing to get beyond the 3 that you start with, and it's pretty hard to get them, so this rules. And, you know, promos replace themselves if they fail, so win-win. Okay, so spares, you go there. Turn over card on top to separate. Split you guys up. Health dial and CP dial there. Side's a little fat. I'm going to put a few more cards over here. Kind of even them out. Yeah. Now, I need Black Widows. Status effect tokens. So, Leaflet, hit me up. How many is she supposed to have? 3 covert ops. Yep. Which is her stack limit, and their unique status effect token that cannot be transferred or stolen. Or removed. I mean, that cannot be transferred or removed by any means. So yeah, just start with those 3. They're lovely designs and shapes here. It's a little targeted thing. Or you can wear them as a cute little bow tie if you feel like, you know, to look cute in a bow tie. Your call. And yeah, they fit in there pretty nice and snug. What else you got? 3 agilities. Fair enough. Stack limit is what, 2 on those? Yes. So a third for if someone steals one. I'm kind of surprised Black Panther did not come with spares. I mean, again, the logic that I came to, the conclusion I came to of like, well, once he gets 8, he bursts, so it's rare that he's going to need 7, and there's going to be more than 2 out there from elsewhere. So, yeah, it's really unlikely that you'll need more than 8, but there you go. So she's got those, and she's got 4 time bombs. Yeah, and that's the only, to my knowledge, off the top of my head, that's the only asymmetrical token in Marvel Dice Throne. And her standee, which lovely black and red. Pretty sure I had that hair in college, went through an emo phase. So absolutely love that color combination. Looks awesome. All right, suspects go away. Leaflet there. Hero board. Yeah. And closed. 2 down, 6 to go. Alright, sit stay. So next is Captain Marvel. She's in the box set with Black Panther. She is a bright character. The yellow of the tray is very solid, very strong. I know yellow is not a common favorite color. Yellow and browns are usually the least favorite colors of people. The colors that humans create when they excrete. What are the odds? Those are the least favorite colors of people. But yeah, this is a very nice bright color, but she looks even more brighter. It just, because it's not as bright white and gold as she is, just by the nature of, you know, these white light and tones added on to her art, it just makes her pop all the more. She looks awesome. And she is my second favorite, if I had to, you know, after that it evens out pretty well. But yeah, she is another one of my top choices. And it's because she's a barbarian that I can actually play well. Like, she likes to hit like a truck. I love that her fist comes over here on the Aurora Wave. That's a, like, just right behind it there. That's a nice touch. Higher, further, faster. I didn't read their quotes above the ults. To my knowledge, Seraph is still the only one that doesn't have a quote on her board, on their board. There you go. Oh yeah, and I failed to show the back of these earlier, but yeah, look at that star station or whatever that is. That is awesome looking. I wonder if you can combine all those and make a starship appear. Little secret code or riddle. Who knows? I doubt it, but who knows? Not, wouldn't be the first board game I've heard of that makes riddles in their stuff. Yeah, got her leaflet here. The Cosmic Rays are awesome because they're sneak attacks that you roll with advantage and they cannot be removed or transferred by any means. So she has a roll 2 dice and do 1 in extra damage that opponents cannot mess with. The only hindrance of it is you can only spend 1 a turn, even though the stack limit's 2, and you cannot spend 1 the same turn you gain it. So she absolutely likes to, you know, gain 1, and then from then on gain 1 while she's hitting you, so she can just keep that extra damage coming and coming and coming. But it's hard to keep that engine going by design. You know, like, well, it's not impossible, but it's not the easiest thing in the world, so that you're not just stomping people. Because her board does pretty decent base damage, so it is not like Black Panther insofar as like, oh, okay, your board is kind of lower damage to compensate for your attack damage modifying tokens. No. She hits like truck, and then she rolls Cosmic Trade to hit like 2 trucks. It's amazing. I love playing her. Apparently she was shipped to me with 11 health, and I'm sorry, 11 CP and 71 health. Hers actually feels just a little bit newer, a little bit stiffer than the other ones. Their CP dial doesn't. It feels smooth, like not tight, not loose. Her health dial feels just a little bit tight, but like in a like this feels new and fresh sense of the word. Like if anything, I'd prefer this over them all feeling loose. So this is great. This is not a detriment to it. Like it feels nice, like tight, well designed, etc., etc. So yeah. Other than that, Cosmic Flare. I think if I heard right, I'm sorry. I'll get to it on Radiance. Cosmic Flare during upkeep. It's like the Holy Presence, I think, of the Seraph, but it's per ones that she has. So just like them, really. But they tick down. Like you lose one after they do their damage. So she can get up to 3. She'll do 3 damage, but then lose 1. So she's got to keep building them back up if she wants to keep doing AoE upkeep damage during her turn. I was playing a lot of. Sorry, I was looking at this on notes that said during their upkeep, a player with this token. I appreciate the more inclusive pronouns because I've been playing DC Deck Builder. You know, it's a decade-old box, maybe older than that. And every time it describes what everyone does, it always says his over and over again. Every time I read those out loud, I try to use more inclusive pronouns. It's just like, hey, I have several like people who are not male at my table here. Like it's not all he. All right. All right, cards, you are tight fit there, but yeah, there we go. I was worried I'm on that damage stuff whenever I'm cracking it open out of the tight plastic. All right, be gone plastic. Oh, Magic did that recently. Oh, well, good on. Alrighty, where are your... So, here's the art on the back of her cards. Looks like she's coming at you, about to absolutely punch the ever-loving crap out of you, so have fun with that. And the hair just flows fantastically. Like, I've loved Brie Larson ever since Scott Pilgrim. I thought she was hysterical in that movie. But yeah, just the comic book art of her with huge flowing hair is awesome as well. Sorry, gonna get a sip real quick. Alrighty. So, as far as unique cards for you. Turnover card is on the back side there. I was like, am I missing the turn order card? Yeah, all good. Okay, so you go there to remind me that I need to grab this next. I had that, so I don't know who's coming next. Come on, don't spoil it for me. If you saw it, good for you, but I don't want to know who's next. So, flickering. 0 cost, gain radiance. Oh, yeah, I failed to mention the third status effect. Radiance here. A player with this token, so you can steal this and it's pretty nice. A Shadow Thief loves to steal this, by the way. Player with this token may spend it to change the value of any die rolled as a part of their roll attempt during their defense roll phase as a 6. There's a funny thing about her. She's awesome. She hits like a truck. She feels great to play. And she's on the free demo on TTS. So there have been people playing her in the community. Her defense feels great to roll because you have those radiances backing it up. Because on a 6, she prevents 1 damage and deals 1 back. But on 2, 4, or 5, she gains a Cosmic Ray, but only 1 time. No, it's for every. So if you manage like only those, you might gain 2. Since you can roll 4, and I bet her defense upgrade probably gives her the 5th dice. We'll find out shortly. I don't remember off the top of my head. But this defense roll, if you exclude this last sentence, which is kind of tough to roll, you know, you need at least 2. It's like the barbarian upgrade, you know, like you need at least 2 hearts for the thing to do its fancy stuff. So if you exclude this sentence, this defense is Vampire Lord's defense, which a lot of people sometimes get frustrated with because it makes her feel like a punching bag. Like Vampire Lord has lifesteal, so that's compensated by the fact that she cannot do damage back very often or prevent too much damage with her defense roll. This is nearly exactly that, other than maybe it starts with an extra dice compared to Vampire Lord. But it feels so much better because you have radiances backing it up and saying, all right, you roll all your dice. All right, you rolled 4 dice. All right, and one of them's a 6. Oh, okay, well, prevent 1, deal 1 back. That's not bad. But with that radiance, you spin that. And look at that. Now you got 2 6s, and you're all of a sudden preventing 2 damage and doing 2 damage back. You know, that's stronger or as strong as a great samurai defense roll. That's always my litmus test for defense rolls. How does it compare to the samurai's defense roll? Because he will almost invariably affect 3 damage in either prevention or clap back on his defense. So that's always my litmus test. Like, does this feel as effective as a samurai defense roll? And hers, thanks to radiances, absolutely can. It could feel better on those rare instances where you roll several 6s, and if you have a radiance to spend on another, preventing 4 damage, doing 4 damage back, bam! Like, that feels hilariously strong and awesome. And then you take your turn and you hit them like a truck with a cosmic ray. It's great. She's a lot of fun. Alright, so flickering, 0 CP to gain a radiance, which guarantees, you know, it's instant, so you can wait till the last second, and unless your opponent's going to buy it, which they won't unless this was going to kill them, they cannot stop you from spending it. So you played it the last second, it was free to play, and it prevents 1 damage and does 1 damage back on your defense. Perfectly acceptable. Perfectly acceptable to sell it too, because, you know, 1 CP is nothing to sneeze at. But I like it. It's a decent card. Like 1 CP to affect 2 health. That's about the average we want attack modifiers to do, and this is half and half that. Not bad. So Scintillate, another free card. Discard any number of Radiance tokens, then prevent 3 damage per token discarded. So you can stack limit up to 2 Radiances. You can't really interrupt that with gaining or spending on this card. So this is going to prevent 3 or 6 damage for 0 CP. This is a 0 CP, not this time, if you have 2 Radiances. 0 CP as opposed to 1 CP. That is awesome. That can absolutely surprise opponents with you surviving something they didn't think you would. Or absolutely just shutting them down by basically playing a not this time while having a not this time to play later. Good stuff. Absolutely worth playing. Even if it's only blocking 3 damage. 0 CP in 1 card and 1 Radiance to, instead of block 1 and do 1 back, block 3 damage. Like, sometimes it might be worth it for the damage back, depending upon the gaming situation. But that triples the value. Yeah, 0 CP not this time, I'm telling you. Speaking of preventing damage, we have Cosmic Shield, another 0 CP. So she's pretty cheap thus far on her unique cards. This is nice. Play after being attacked, roll a dice. Either gain a fun status effect or do 2 damage back. So any die roll is going to be good. You only get 1 dice though, so it's either going to prevent 2, get a flare, or get a ray. It's very cosmic. Look at all that cosmicness. And the art's lovely. Like you got nothing, Thanos. Like you got nothing. So we got Supersonic, 1 CP. It is an attack modifier. You may spend a Cosmic Ray you gain this turn. This can be a surprise. You still cannot overcome the limit of only being able to spend 1 a turn. That does not overcome that. But it does overcome the you gained it this turn. You may now spend it though. So if you weren't able to get your engine going that particular turn, so you have like, you know, 0 rays or 0 Cosmic Rays, but you do gain 1 this turn from your attack, you can spend it the same turn, then all of a sudden, poof, you know, like add 5-6 damage easy to an attack and really surprise because they didn't figure you could spend it for at least a turn. Cosmic Rays are so cruel. They feel so good to roll and opponents can't mess with them. I cannot sing that status effect's praises enough. It is awesome. Inner Strength, 2 CP, gain a Cosmic Ray. A perfectly lovely main phase 2 action. Opponents can't do squat about it. They can't buy it. They can't do nothing. 2 CP to add, you know, an average of 2 dice. You know, like, you know, pick the higher of the 2. So look at that at 4 damage. 2 CP for 4 damage. Absolutely. Cursed Pirate spends 2 CP or even 3 CP to add 3 damage, and we love her for it. So, no. Great card. So, that was Inner Strength. Shine bright like diamond. If you know that joke, let me know. My wife loves that stand-up comedian. This is a 0 CP card, but that's for the best because you have to spend CP for it. So spend up to 3 CP, then gain 1 Cosmic Flare per CP spent. If you can play this early and your opponent doesn't mess with your status effects, that is 3 CP for effectively 6 damage. 3 on your next upkeep, 2 on the one after that, 1 on the one after that. So this can start getting your Cosmic Flare engine going early, and it might force your opponent to spend status effect hate cards on you. But it is fairly expensive. Like, fortunately, her other cards were pretty cheap, but this one, you play it, so you don't get to sell it, and then you have to spend up to 3 CP to gain the max benefits of it. So this one is absolutely worth selling sometimes, because in effect, that's a 4 CP swing. Because you lose 1 for not selling it, and then you spend up to 3 more. But as far as diversifying your damage output and maximizing it, that's good stuff. We got Refuel as a main phase card for 1 CP. I love this card if I recall correctly. So for 1 CP, roll a dice and it will do one of these benefits. On a 1, 2, or 3, you gain a Cosmic Flare and draw a replacement card. On a 4 or 5, you gain Radiance and draw a replacement card. On a 6, you gain a Cosmic Ray. It cost 2 CP earlier to gain a Cosmic Ray main phase speed. This will give it to her for 1 CP, and all the others replace themselves while giving you one of your other good status effects. This card rules. It only costs 1 CP. You feel like your engine is unstoppable on a good turn with this and a good attack. Your opponent can feel quite intimidated. So feel free to lean into that mental damage, and we'll really get into mental damage once we look at Loki. My wife is cooking dinner, and it smells awesome, and I have no idea what it is. We'll find out later. Upgrade cards. Energy Refraction. Indeed, for 2 CP, it adds the 5th dice. That's the only thing it does. It doesn't change anything from on to per. So, yep. So it's not exactly, I called this exactly like a Vampire Lord defense. It's not in a subtle distinction. Vampire Lord's defense steals health. Health stealing is not damage, and therefore that resolves before damage calculation in the defensive roll phase on DRP Part 4, if I recall the rules correctly. So, Vampire Lord, if you're at 1 health and you attack a Vampire Lord and she's at 1 health and she defends with a 6, she defeated you. You didn't tie. So, fun fact there. But otherwise, it's effectively 99 times out of 100. About 999 times out of 1,000, it is a Vampire Lord defense. Prevent 1, do 1. It's the same thing as stealing a health, really. Light Torpedo, that's the large straight upgrade. It adds Skyward, which is a simple gain 2 Radiance. So basically guarantee your next defense to block 2 and do 2 back for a fallback dice symbol. That's pretty easy to fall into if you were going for something and it didn't pan out. But what's great about this one, where's Light Torpedo? It doesn't change the damage. It's still 7 undefendable damage. But the Cosmic Ray you gain this turn may be spent this turn. So if you don't have your engine going where you were able to get 2 Cosmic Rays, or you spent some turns not gaining Cosmic Rays and you run out of cards that give them to you for 1 or 2 CP, which rules, this can allow you to speed up your damage. And since it's undefendable, 7 plus an average of 2 dice, the better of 2 dice's results, that will smack you hard and immediately. No delaying and separating the damage there. Like, here's just 10, here's 8 to 13 undefendable. Pop! Like, good stuff. What we got next? We got Aurora Wave. I love Aurora Wave as an ability. Like, it might just be confirmation bias, but I found myself rolling that often, and I loved it. Compared to the base, it adds, you gain 1 Radiance. So that's about it. It's a 2 CP upgrade. Oh, the last one was 2 CP as well for that large trade upgrade. And that also added Skyward. So this seems to continue that trend. 2 CP to add another ability and slightly increase the original one. The binary recharge there, kind of hard to fall into that one, but if you were really, really chasing 6s and it just did not pan out because you were desperate, it's at least something. Gain 1 Radiance and 2 Cosmic Flare. So guaranteed damages, assuming opponents don't remove the status effects. So nice to have fallbacks, kind of a unique distribution there. Didn't play much Marvel in the demo. Did the artwork change on her character-specific cards, or is it the same? To my knowledge, this looks familiar to me. I've slept since then, so I could be wrong. There is one card that has changed very deliberately, but that's because the original card was a hilarious joke that the artist put in for that card that was absolutely changed to be the proper art later. If I remember when we get to that card, I'll point it out, but it wasn't for Cat Marvel. Yeah, to my knowledge, this feels familiar. This looks like what it looked like during, like, the last time I remember testing this stuff. Probably cleaned up and made all the brighter and shinier, and UI improvements, etc., etc. Minuscule things that my non-artistic brain are not appreciating. But yeah, looks pretty well the same. But yeah, 2 CP for. Yeah, I would say this one and the light torpedo one, the large trade upgrade. Yeah, you're calling whether they're worth upgrading. So mini ult upgrade. It does add a micro ult, which is gain 3 cosmic flare. So it's like that one card, but instead of having to pay 4 CP, you only have to pay 2 CP for the option. This is a 2 CP upgrade. The base Supernova gains a Cosmic Ray, a Radiance, 2 Cosmic Flare, and then does 5 undefendable damage. This changes it to 7. It also, interestingly enough, makes it 3. Come on, lock in on me, buddy. It makes it 3 individual sentences with periods rather than saying them all in commas. Effectively the exact same thing. Oh no, there's still commas on this actually. They're just listed like that rather than that. Interesting, unnecessary, and I'm curious if that was an intentional difference. Because, as far as I can tell, that is exactly the same. Like, gain Cosmic Ray, Radiance, 2 Cosmic Flare. Gain Ray, Radiance, 2 Cosmic Flare. Deal 7, as opposed to this one's deal 5. So, interesting that the format changes. This might be worth upgrading just for the lovely column structure alone. Your mileage may vary. Alright, we got the small straight upgrade. The base one does gain Radiance and deal 9 damage. I'm sorry, 7 damage. This is 2 CP to bump it up to 2 damage. So 2 CP for 1 damage each on your small straight. Small straights are kind of easy to roll. Very common whenever you flop a decent micro straight or what have you. Like a 2-3-4 or a 3-4-5. And you didn't quite get to your large straight, or you're playing in a tournament and you're really hyper focused, and so therefore you stop rolling after roll 2 so they can't mess with your dice as easily, and you only have a small straight, so you just do that. So for an extra 2 damage for 2 CP, probably arguably worth selling, but considering how often we roll small straights in tournaments, that might be worth playing. Your call. We got Inner Light upgrade here. So Inner Light base, and this one adds an ability as well. The small straight did not, but everything else has so far, I think. Inner Light's base is gain Radiance and deal 4 pure damage. Pure means you can't attack modifier it, so you cannot Cosmic Ray Inner Light. It is a fallback whenever your Aurora Wave didn't pan out. But that is a guaranteed, guaranteed, assuming they don't, evasive it or whatever. That is 4 undefendable with a guaranteed 1 clap back on a defense roll later. So that's like 5 undefendable. 5 undefendable is nothing to sneeze at. Like, sometimes those defense rolls are really worth avoiding. But this upgrade gains Radiance and does 5 pure damage. So it adds 1 damage to that, and it adds Cosmic Recharge, which gives you 2 Radiance and 3 Cosmic Flare. So it maxes out your non-Cosmic Ray status effects immediately on the 1/6 and 3 4s and 5s. So not a bad fallback, but it's not like Kuchikiri where it adds, or the Spy Games, I think it was from Black Widow. So your call on whether that's worth 2 CP or worth selling. This is not something you want to fall back to too often. So probably worth selling more often than playing, but your call. And by the way, I should have prefaced this a lot earlier, but as far as all this discussion about what is or isn't, pro strat, best practices, meta calls, etc., etc., this is all sort of from a headspace of playing as efficiently and as tournament oriented as possible. That is not the only way to play Dice Throne. It's not innately the best way to play Dice Throne. It's very easy to make the argument that this is all the more fun to play casually with friends, family, with kiddos, with who have you. Like, I'm discussing all this from the perspective of someone who overthinks and tries to maximize playing, but I've absolutely played this casually and had all the more fun. So I do not mean to insult any trains of thought or strategies or gameplay, nor do I mean to insinuate there's only one right way to play. There absolutely is not, and that's what makes this game so much fun. This is just from us who have grown so fanatical about it that we like to, play online in tournaments and maximize our effectiveness. But that is not the only way to play. That is not innately the best way to play. Hell, it's easily arguable that it's not the best way to play. But it is definitely a way that some of us like to play. So if I'm giving you strats that just don't really gel with you or don't sound right or what have you, please allow your mileage to vary and feel valid in that perspective. Can we knows all? Can we way is the only way. We tend to think so. We absolutely suffer from smartest man in the room syndrome. My wife loves it. Anyway, carrying on. Basic attack upgrade here adds 1 damage to all the results and makes the 4 of a kind go to a 3 of a kind. That is a 2 CP cost. Worth selling. Most people don't like to fall back to this anyway. If you're falling back to your basic attack, if you're not Artificer, you're probably having a bad time. But, your call. And after that, it is non-unique art cards. So I will do my best to sort of flash them on screen if you haven't seen these yet. But otherwise, I'm going to just sleeve these fairly swiftly. Yeah. Her in particular, with how space-oriented her background and art style and motif and images are, I feel like these cards benefit her the best as far as their art redesign, their style and what they're going for. These look like they were made for her. It's great. Maybe another reason why I like her. It feels like everything gels with her. Popping the popcorn for the Black Panther sleeving. Like, we're gonna be here a while. I'm relatively trying to be prompt, but I can over analyze and listen to myself talk for far too long. So I'm probably not going near as swift as several would. How long have I been going now? An hour and 47? Yeah, that sounds like me. And we're only, what, 3 characters down? This is going to last me 12 hours if I go with this pace. I may have to do something about that. May just have to call it off early, or may just have to start really speeding up. All right. Spare sleeves. I like to put you over here with the turn order card separating you so I don't forget. You guys can be face up, why not? Oh, I forgot a promo. Who's next after her? Host of Haga. Oh, that's gotta be strange. So, yeah, her promo is, for 1, dice. If you get a 6, you get a Cosmic Flare and a Cosmic Ray. And if you didn't, free card to replace. So, good stuff. Yeah, I did already sleep, Panther. Sorry about that. I thought you meant like back then you were doing it. But fair. Been going for an hour, nearly 2 hours. So, there's absolutely people who've come and gone, I'm sure. Alright. 3 down, 5 to go. So, not even halfway done, and this is nearly 2 hours. We need to hasten up a bit. Figure out if I'm actually capable of doing that. Doctor Strange. I know a lot of people are going to love playing him. Here's his lovely board. So his passive here, his spell cards, he has up to 8 of them. He does not have upgrades. His board is his board. Like, so that he could actually have unique cards other than his spells. He does not have upgrade cards to compensate. So you got a spell card, so you can prepare as many as you want a turn, I believe. No. Once per turn during your main phase, you may prepare 1 spell from your hand. Yes, you only prepare 1 a turn from this effect. If you have effects otherwise that give you more, you can do so. Okay, sleeves are plastic. So I'm gonna go a little bit more swiftly here so that we can actually stand a chance at finishing this at a modest pace. Here's the art on his cards. Looks awesome. Okay. All right. So, yeah. You got spell cards. You got Crimson Bands, which makes it to where your opponent's next roll phase, they can't play anything that is can't play any cards during the next roll phase. So basically, your opponent's next offensive turn, they can't play orange cards. It's hysterical. It's mean. Also does nothing in DTA unless it's the boss. But, you know, same with Concussion. It is what it is. Premonition basically lets you start scrying the top of your deck if you know the magic term. Those are great. I recommend spending them as soon as you can every turn. And if you manage to accumulate 3, go ahead and do that. But I wouldn't recommend holding on to 3 so that you can spend them later. It makes them more vulnerable to opponents stealing them or what have you. And I would argue that every turn that you draw 2 and scry one of them is better than every now and then drawing 3. You know what I mean? But my call, not necessarily your call. Time after time. 2 CP, a chosen player gains Deja Vu. This is an instant get out of terrible dice jail free card. 2 CP to get a Deja Vu if your ORP was garbage. Because of the timing of priority, if you play this right whenever you could spend this, an opponent cannot buy it because it's your attack turn. So that's great for getting out of a crappy roll turn. And fun fact, if you already had a Deja Vu, there's no use limit. So if you already spent one, you can spend that. Go for a third roll. Castaway is a free attack modifier. It gets a free cast spell. Not all abilities, not all attacks automatically get you a cast a spell. This lets you do that. Shield of Seraphim. It is a 1 CP card. Roll 2 dice, and you're looking for different symbols. Pretty easy for him because he's 2-2-1-1, if I recall correctly, on his distribution. Yeah, 2-2-1-1. So pretty good odds those 2 dice will be 2 different symbols. And it likes to accumulate damage prevention, especially on the 5s. The 5 is that cloak symbol. That's what you really want to get. And the 6 gives you a premonition, which actually can kind of feel underwhelming. You're used to the 6 being the strongest benefit. And I would argue that premonition isn't always. But I mean, if it gives you a third one, you know, like after your defense roll especially, that allows you to, you know, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Or draw 3 cards. Yeah, so yeah, draw 2 instead of 1, then you scry one of them, and draw 3 cards and scry one of them. Yeah, so yeah, not bad. It's free prevention. Well, I say free. It's 1 CP, but I'd say that's worth. Good odds it's gonna have different dice symbols and therefore do multiple things for 1 CP. Ice Tendrils is an attack modifier. Roll 2 dice. It's gonna add damage, inflict status effects, or let you cast a spell. 1 CP for an attack modifier. Decent odds. It's gonna be 2 different dice. Good stuff. Foresight, 0 CP to just gain 2 premonition. Like main phase 2 that one, since you can't use premonition until your income phase anyway. Especially if you have no premonitions, then on your defense you'll gain a third, or you know, you can spend it and get up to 3, making your defense possibly less effective, but you know, absolutely worth to get as much draw power as possible. Draw power wins games. Now we got the spell cards. And all of them are shuffled into your deck like regular cards, except for this one. That's why it's got a nice big yellow here. It's a reminder, hey, you start the game with this one already prepared. It's already prepared, which means you don't get its prepare effect the very first turn, so you don't start the game doing 1 damage to an opponent. It's like it was already there, and therefore you didn't get the prepare benefit. But yeah, this one is constantly like returned back to your hand when you cast it. There are ways for it to be discarded and you got to get it back, but a lot of the times you're going to use this card and it's going to come back to your hand, so you can keep going back and forth. But you might discard this card. You might sell it for a CP, but that is losing out on the fact that it's a continual come back and forth to your hand. So you're calling whether or not that's ever worth it. Or who knows, you know, a Shadow Thief or a Cursed Pirate might be mean and make you discard it because of randomly discarded cards or what have you. So I'm still going to go ahead and sleeve this one, but remembering to always set this one aside or on top or whatever, because you always start the game with that, is a good call. And speaking of, yeah, it's on its passive here, otherwise it would be here. But you might have noticed the heroes that have a setup, it's usually around here or so on this side of the leaflet, because most people play with just the side of the leaflet, and the hero setup used to be on this side, but most people play exclusively with this, and therefore they forget about the setup. So a lot of the hero setups, if they have one, are now on this side. So fun fact if you noticed that and been curious as to why. Yeah, you can absolutely sell spells. They're just like regular cards. They're worth 1 CP if you sell them. Alright, so I'm going to set you aside, Flame, so don't forget to put you on top. Images of Icon. Prepare effect is nothing, but when you cast it, you attack modifier up to 4. It's looking for a number of cards in hand. So a +4 attack modifier for the cost of, well, the prepare is free, quote unquote. And just you have to be able to cast a spell. Prepare effect, a chosen opponent, Fangs of Farala. I'm going to butcher these. Chosen opponent loses a CP, always mean, always fun. And this is a flat add 3 damage and then discard it. So you get both of those. You're adding 7 damage to 1 attack. Pretty nice. Chains of Kraken, chains, so it indeed inflicts. So just preparing it, you get the Crimson Bands on an opponent. And then this is an attack modifier of making it undefendable. Well, I say attack modifier. I mean, it more or less is, but you know what I mean. Mists of Morpheus, prepare spell. A chosen player gains deja vu. I love how they kind of like future-proof and co-op proof the game by saying a lot of effects say a chosen player gains this good thing rather than exclusively yourself. That way it makes it all the more fun and creative whenever you're playing 2v2 or free-for-all or DTA or whatever. The cast effect is you heal a hero by 3, so he can heal himself a bit. So, all the above affecting damage numbers, which is nice. Winds of Watum, I recall loving this one. Its prepare effect is you may just remove a stats effect from a chosen player. So prepare effect is get that out of here. Very nice, very pivotal sometimes. And its cast effect is prepare a spell from your discard pile, then discard this card. So it swamps itself, and you grab something from your discard pile, and if it had a prepare effect, you know, like Myths of Morpheus's Gain of Deja Vu or something else nice like that, you can do some nasty change with it, and then cast that spell again. You can grab your +3 or +4 spell damage modifier and cast them again. Since his base board is pretty strong, since he has no upgrades, that can be pretty nasty. All right, Bolts of Balthak. Don't mispronounce that on purpose to sound like something else. Prepare effect, gain a CP. Always fun, always welcome. Cast effect, 3 isolated damage. So it's like a powder keg exploding. It is separate from the damage phase. Happy for a Black Panther, but bad for people who are looking to evade and not die. So, good stuff. All the more damage adding here. And you got Vapors of Valtor. Prepare effect is heal anyone for 1, which is nice. And cast effect is gain 3 premonition. So yeah, he likes to max out on premonition often. He has effects that will give him multiple a turn. I highly recommend. Did you start your upkeep phase and you had any number of premonitions on that phase? Use them. You can only use 1 or 3. If you got 2, I don't recommend holding on to it and not spending any. I recommend spending the 1. You'll often find ways to gain 2 on your turn, maybe even up to 3 between your defense and your attack turn. Spend them premonitions ASAP. Get the benefits of them. But again, personal preference. And last spell, Rings of Ragador. Prepare effect is gain a premonition. Look at that, see? I'm telling you. Cast spell, cast up to 2 different spells in your discard pile, then discard this card. You don't get their prepare benefit, you get their just casting benefit, and then this goes away as well. So if you can grab back Ring of Ragador with Winds of Watum, the one that lets you prepare a spell from your discard, you can play all your attack modifiers there. Then get them back with this. Play them again. Then play this. Get this back. Get them back. Play the attack modifiers a 3rd time. He's awesome. People are going to love playing him. And now we have the basics. So nothing fancy after that. Yeah, someone in the Facebook group kind of lamenting that Deja Vu kind of felt weak. It was just like, oh, it just like gives you another ORP chance. That's kind of weak. It's like, nah, man, that is carte blanche to go for your ultimate, go for broke, and if you whiff, just try again. Or, you know, like confidently use your third dice roll trying to chase a large straight, you know, and you stare at your opponent in the face after you get a large straight on your third dice roll. You gotta mess with my dice. You gotta play your dice mods. I got a free ORP batch of rolls here if you want to mess with my dice. Is it worth it? So tons of fun there. Tons of mind games or soft power, if you will. Speak softly and carry a deja vu. That's Doctor Strange's motif. If you're ever paranoid that you don't have every card, they give you a count of cards they have on the setup, and they also have really small to see, really hard to see right now, but they've got the number and the deck it belongs to if you ever accidentally mix up your cards. So it's small because it doesn't need to be large. It's pretty minor, like pretty unlikely for people to accidentally mix those up. But I did remember when I first started playing online tournaments, my tippet for my Cursed Pirate was missing. It was in my Huntress's deck. She accidentally had 2 tippets. Because whenever we were playing, like someone like showed them what the card did, and then they're like, "Oh, okay," and then it just ended up in their discard pile. Oh, I'm glad I found that. That freaked me out. I'm like, "Oh no, I'm missing a card. How? Why?" Okay. Hello there. Food's ready?
Yeah.
Ah, man, I'm like bloody halfway done. I'm so slow.
Oh, well, you keep going then.
Right? If I have to eat cold food, that's my loss. What is it?
It's
This baller.
Unboxing.
Sure. That wouldn't be too terribly rude. I'll multitask to where I'm not eating on stream to gross people out. Like I'll mute myself or whatever I'm taking a bite, so it's not annoying. Because I know some people get really like anti ASMR about eating noises. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, next will be Loki. Fun. Host of Hagath. On a 6, gain the Deja Vu and 2 premonitions on any other draw replacement. So, strong enough. Oh, I need his status effects. Alright, what you got, buddy? According to the leaflet, you got Crimson, 2 Crimson Bands. 4 Premonition and 2 Deja Vu. So, yeah. I don't know why I was looking at this so hard. It was literally what was on the remainder of this punch out. Oh, lovely orange color here. His board is a little. I'm sorry. Yeah, his tray is a little more brown than I would have figured. I would have thought he would have gone like orangish. And there's not an orange. You've got like the kind of like medium yellow of Captain Marvel and the dark brown, well, medium brown of Doctor Strange. And again, you know, everyone's favorite colors, the colors that humans create, yellow and brown. So I would have gone with orange. His background even looks orange on the side of the box. But I didn't make this awesome game. Everyone's a critic. And we finished out our first one of these. Fun. I always love doing this before I throw them away. It just feels bad throwing them away, even though it's like there's no benefit to really keeping them, but it just feels like a piece of the game you're throwing away. Alright, so that's all of you done, buddy. Okay. Next is going to be Loki. A nice bright green here, a little bit brighter than forest green. Makes his darker green pop.
Which was I said tostadas, but they're Diosins.
Right.
They're pretty tasty.
All the same to me. Thank you, Baba.
Enjoy that.
You the best.
Bye.
Love you, bye. Okay. Sit, stay. Thank you, food. Alright, so. Loki. Hey, what's the back of your board? I should have done these on all of them. His looks like Asgard background, minimal motifs there. So yeah, I guess they don't all combine to pictures. Oh well. This isn't mischief, this is mayhem. Just watch. Oh, lovely illusion tokens. Apparently at 9 CP and 41 health when he came. The new stiffness on the HP dial, which was earlier as well, and perfectly loose, but not like terribly loose on CP dial. Oh sweet, yeah, different deck for his spell, for his illusions, and those dice look really pretty. I don't know if you can really appreciate that, but that is some nice swirl in there. His dice are one of the strongest. Ooh, and that 6 just pops in the light. Like, it looks so deep. Like, it is a deep cut for that 6. I don't know if you can tell in that hole, but that is a deep hole for that 6 symbol, the mischief symbol. So it looks and feels nice. So apparently his spell cards are made of that polymer, like PVC polymer material, so that they'll stand up to wear and tear longer. Yeah, you can kind of tell on the shimmer. They do feel stiffer. They do feel a little different. And yeah, so yeah, the flavor text on his illusion, like, it didn't have to be there, but great design on their part. Like, you may suggest to your opponent which one they should pick. That is genius. That is so much fun. You know, families are gonna have great stories and horror stories from that. It's gonna be fantastic. Wasn't planning on sleeving these because he only comes with 50 sleeves, not 53, and these are supposed to be able to stand up to wear and tear pretty well to where they won't need to be sleeved. And if it really comes down to it and these start getting damaged over time, then I will sleeve them, I suppose. So it is what it is. If it really comes down to it, you can assign it to a dice roll that can't be modified by cards. You know, like on a 1 or 2, you got the red one. On a 3 or 4, you got yellow. On a 5 or 6, you got the green. That takes all the head games and fun out of that, you know, for non-tournament oriented mentalities. So feel free not to do that. But if you have no other choice because your cards just got too damaged and you can tell them apart too easily, feel free to do that. Okay. All right. I'm going to cut open his cards here. All right, good old timing card. And all right, so, oh, and I need his sleeves. Where you at, buddy? There you at, buddy. Nope, there's the art on there. Nice and mischievous. Gotta love it. Burdened with a glorious purpose. And jawline. All right, so we got take backsies. 2 CP. Choose a card that costs 2 CP or less from your discard pile. Show it to your opponent. You know, you can't just pick one and be like, ah, you didn't look quick enough. And put it in your hand. So 2 CP to get back your triple up, your So Wild, maybe a unique card that rules. There are some very powerful combos you can choose with this, or just repeat plays with this. Costs 2 CP though, so you got to be fairly rich to bid afford, you know, the expensive good stuff. We got Outwit, red instant for free. A chosen player must remove 1 bag of trips and roll 1 dice. On 1 through 5, Loki chooses if they heal 3, gain 3 CP, or receive 3. Or on a 6, they gain 4 CP. So this speeds up when you would roll for the bag of tricks and makes it all the more nasty, or all the more strong if they get a 6. Pantaloons on fire. Attack modifier adds 2 damage. If you've already played your Liar Liar card this turn, add 4 damage instead. And there's Liar Liar Pants on fire. Liar Liar Pantaloons on fire. I apologize. So, plus 2 damage for 1 CP. Perfectly acceptable, but it might be plus 4 damage for 1 CP if you also were able to combo with Liar Liar. 1 CP, roll 4 dice, add damage on 1s and 2s. On 5s and 6s, inflict bags of tricks or gain bags of tricks. So, pretty good for 1 CP. And it combos hilariously with Pantaloons on fire. How lovely, which I always want to, if you play League of Legends, there's a character who says, how lovely, in a very dramatic voice. I always want to say it like he does. 1 CP, gain illusion. You may spend an additional 2 CP to gain 2 illusions instead. Illusions, more than half the time, prevent half damage. That is absolutely worth 1 or 3 CP. And 1 CP for 1 illusion, 3 CP for 2 illusions. Absolutely worth. Loki into my eyes, one of the worst puns in the game. I love it. 1 CP to inflict the limit of spellbounds, like all 3. So that one's nasty. If your opponent has their small and large traits on 1 ability, that blocks them both with 1 spellbound, so then you can get really nasty. And that's it on his unique cards, because his maybe has a lot of didn't feel like too many, or maybe it's just because I'm going faster. Defense upgrade. It's still his defense dice for 3 CP adds another dice, but that doubles his dice, so that's why it costs 3 CP. And on a singular 6, he has pretty good odds to block half or more damage. So this is absolutely worth the 3 CP it costs. It doubles your dice, but his dice spread is 2-2-1-1 if I remember right. Yeah, 2-2-1-1. So really good odds that even though it doesn't change anything from on to per, this is absolutely worth it. UCP for mini ult, adds a micro ult, gain illusions, 3 spellbound. Yep, normally that inflicts 2 spellbound and it adds 1 to the damage. It gives you a micro ult for 2 CP. Pretty standard. I like mini ult upgrades, but they're absolutely worth selling a lot of the time. Large straight upgrade. Just need to move some of the stuff. I'm actually going to see what it's changing here. Get over here, buddy. Large straight adds a base damage, adds 1 dice to it. Doesn't change anything from on to per, but you know, he's got a pretty good spread, so that's fine. And adds the new ability Bewilder, which is a nice small undefendable damage. That can be a mean late game, you know, kill confirm, you know, for a really easy dice roll. Well, relatively easy. It does require 6 there. Vex 2, small straight, adds 2 damage for 2 CP. That's all it does. Pretty standard. Your call. Vilify 2. So Vilify checks for if your opponent has health more or less than you, or equal. And it does 2 different things depending. This adds a spellbound to it, which is mean, and then it buffs all the damage numbers by 1. 2 CP. I'd say that's worth. Spellbounds are mean. Spellbounds are very mean. So that's absolutely worth. Confuddle. You could spam Confuddle all day and maybe win against some heroes. It's pretty nasty. This adds 1 damage to it for 2 CP, but because it adds an ability, it costs 2. So 3 helmets and distribute up to 3 bags of tricks. That can be just undefendable damage if your opponents are rolling poorly. So that alone might be actually pretty worth for an added ability there. All right, Antics. This is kind of fun. It adds sort of like the Pyromancer here on his 5s. It adds something if you it changes the ability if you roll 3 now instead of just 2. The 2 is exactly the same. No, it's not actually. Draw 1, gain illusion, gain 2 bags of tricks instead of just 1. So it does buff this. This costs 2 CP, but it adds the third one, the 3 thing here instead, where you draw 1, gain illusion, distribute up to 3 bags any way desired. So you do have to pick one or the other. It's kind of like, you know, a small straight and a large straight being on 1 ability. You do have to pick one or the other. You don't get all the above like you do with how Pyromancer's is worded. That's why it's separated. It just didn't get a new ability name. So if it's a mirror match with Loki's and he's spellbound, he can't, you know, it blocks both. So, but you have to pick one or the other result. You can't pick both. And basic attack upgrade. Adds 1 damage to everything, and on 3 of a kind, bag of tricks, 2 CP. Pretty standard, often sold because no one likes to fall back to their basic attack. On average. Again, exceptions and mileage may vary. Alright. And now I'm just sleeving basic cards here. I guess if I want to actually eat my food while it's still warm, I need to just flat out stop at some point. Yeah, well, we might do that. We might take 5 here after I finish sleeving these. And I'll put on the screen, you know, be right back, so to speak. Mute myself, eat dinner real quick, and then proceed on with the final 3. So that way you can skip pretty easily because I will upload this to YouTube later. So, spellbound effects ability upgrades that have 2 different spells on it. It's per name. Spellbound blocks the name of the ability. So, when afflicted, place token so that covers the name of an ability. A player with this token may not activate abilities covered by the token. So, you're looking for a name. So, like the Cursed Pirate or Black Panther, if your small straight and large straight are on one thing and it only has one name on it, a single spellbound blocks their small and large straight in one status effect. And like with the Antics upgrade, it didn't add a new name, it didn't add a new ability. So that would still be all blocked by one. Now here's a fun question that kind of came up. Cursed Pirate, when she flips her board, all the abilities have new names. Do the spellbounds that were placed there, if she already had some, like from his defense roll, like from her previous attack before she flipped, do those stay where they were? Or do they disappear because it's a new name? There is an answer to that. I forget it off the top of my head. But we did come up with that and we did answer it. Yeah. That's it, to be continued. I cannot remember what answer we ended up with, but that was a fun little question. Yeah, with Loki's defense of gaining an illusion, and he can hold up to 2 illusions. That's the stack limit on them. If he already has 2, and he rolls that result, he can interrupt gaining a third because he can't hold a third with spending an illusion. If that one ends up picking the red card and blocks all damage, and he still has 2 more illusions on his board, that inflicts the most mental damage I've ever seen in Dice Throne. Do not let it dismay you if you are the opponent against Loki. Do not let the Shadow Thief thing happen where you get frustrated or worn out. That's his plan. Don't let him succeed at it. Stay the course. But I guarantee you, it's going to frustrate so many people, especially with the mind games of telling them what ones to pick. There's going to be horror stories, and I so look forward to them. Okay, spare sleeves here. Turn order on the top. Deco cards. Health CP dial. Oh, I always do this. Oh. Scarlet Witch is going to be the next one. That's the card. Excellent. That one had a funny art whenever we were first shown it. But I love the art on that. That looks great. Okay. Now I just need your tokens, buddy. Oh. There's a standee, lovely green, turning into an orange there. Oh. Forgot you, Dr. Strange. You need to be over here, buddy. But I forgot someone else's too earlier. No. Whatever. But what do you have? Leaflet. Tell me. You have 2 illusion tokens, right? That's a stack limit, and they can't be transferred. They can only be removed. At least I think they can be removed. Yeah, they can totally be removed, and they can't be transferred. So you'll only ever need 2. 5 bags of tricks. All right, there's them. And 6 spellbounds are there. impressive quantity there. Maybe just because they could fit so many. Because the stack limit on these is 3. And I guess, with Loki into my eyes and then attacking someone else, you might need up to 6. So that's fair, I suppose. Oh, yeah, especially with multiplayer defending, because his defense can inflict a spellbound. So, yeah, it makes sense that he needs 6 of these. I was thinking that was excessive, but no, that seems actually pretty on the spot there. All right. So that is all of his. These are just skinny enough, if you will, to fit there if you want to keep them there. A lot of times when stats effects are that big, I'll keep them like here, like I do that with Cursed Pirate doubloons and stuff like that. But yeah, it looks like it'll just fit in that little pocket if you want to keep them there instead. Oh, you could theoretically absolutely inflict more than 6. You can inflict tons, but it should be that should be all that you need on average. If anything, I'm still the most surprised by the lack of more than 8 for Black Panther. I suppose it's because you need to steal or conjure more than one for them to start to benefit you. But I could totally see a Scarlet Witch conjuring or attempting to conjure or steal several of those. So I'm kind of surprised those only came with 8. But this one, nah, 7 is, I feel like, I'm sorry, 6 rather, feels like plenty. I also feel like the ninja could use more smoke screen tokens, like the ninjutsu. But I've yet to actually need to give more than how many she's got to offer anyway. So yeah, they thought it through. They made their judgment calls, and on the whole, I agree with them. Anyway, I'm gonna take a 5 to 15 minute break while I eat real quick. I'll try to be back as swiftly as I can. Thank you all so much for hanging with me, and we'll finish up the last 3 in just a moment. Alrighty, and we're back. And bless y'all's heart for the fact that some of you actually stuck around. That's very sweet. Alright, did I actually forget to punch out one of you guys already? Yeah, it was Captain Marvel I didn't punch out. Okay. So, Dora hype. Okay. We are excitedly exploring, so that is a delightfully appropriate Twitch emote there. Okay. Next is going to be a lot of people's favorite, I'm sure. Like, I've heard so much hype for her, and apparently they sold out of her playmats the quickest and hilariously, like, unexpectedly, as far as like, whoa, that was popular. Man, look at that red. Look at Scarlet Witch, she looks awesome. Got a fun little thing you can do here. Yeah, like that red looks awesome. That might be like one of the best. Like it's deep, it's rich. Honestly, it could have stood to be like brighter red. Like I feel like some of the other colors are like brighter, like a lighter tone than you would have figured. This could stand to be a little bit lighter, but the fact that it's dark like just makes it all the more like imposing. It is awesome. Oh. All right, Scarlet, what we got? If you haven't seen her board before, the eye in particular on her mini ult in Pure Chaos is awesome. And pretty sure that's not her. That is whoever it is that she's attacking or tormenting. And then it's like the reflection of what they see. Food for thought. Maybe it is her. Maybe it's not. And the back of that just looks sick. Like the lighting here is a little bit too bright for like what this does. This looks deep. This looks rich. This is a lovely color. Don't be so quick to judge witches. Alrighty. So, tons of positive stats effects. She actually doesn't have any unique ones. All of these, to my knowledge, can be stolen. Yep. All are capable of being removed as well, because they're just positive or negatives here. But you can't really, like, transfer a reality warp to her and it do anything other than you not having to suffer it. Player inflicted with this must remove one dice and use one of Scarlet Witch's dice in place. So it does nothing to her. It's like, you dare cast my own spells against me, Potter? You know, like it does nothing to her. But it does help you not deal with it. Probability manipulation, 2s, 4s, and 6s can be turned by spending one of these. You can tip an even number. You can tip it on an even number exclusively. So best used for 4s, best used for looking for straights, you know, small and large straights. Also sick in DTA because a lot of times environment tokens do good stuff on 5s and 6s. This can make it to where you turn that 4 into a 5 pretty easy. Conjure. Conjure can always just be a reality warp against an opponent, and it's also another additional stats effect for Crackle to kick butt. But yeah, once per turn, you can just, during the main phase, you can spend Conjure to try to create a positive status effect that exists on a hero in the game's leaflet. But any opponent may prevent that by discarding a card of their choice. So basically that can be like, you know, hey, Spider-Man, can I get that combo? No? Okay, discard a card. Yeah, that's what I thought, buddy. Or you can just make it back up into inflict a reality warp if you haven't already. So that's pretty nice. And the mind games of choosing a, shall we say, not the OP positive status effects, you know, like shadows from the Shadow Thief or stuff like that, but choosing something that's medium strong, like her own Crackle or like her own probability manipulation, or you know, an evasive, like that might be totally worth like discarding a card against, or you might let it slide. A lot of fun mind games there. Crackle. After you spend it, you then check her board. And you can only spend stats effects one at a time in general normally anyway. So she can hold up to 3 of these, but you spend one, then you look at her board. Add up all the negative and positive stats effects on the board, so you exclude the Crackle you just spent, and you exclude unique status effects like healing salves from DTA, or a Cursed Pirate's Cursed Doubloons, stuff like that. And however, whatever number you count up to, that's how much damage it's adding, up to a maximum of 3. You may also only spend up to 2 Crackles a turn. So a Crackle in the best case scenario, it's going to add 3 damage, and you can spend up to 2 of them a turn to add a total of 6 damage on that turn. It's like a truck. And if you count up all her positive stats effects, you can hold 2 of these, 1 of these. Oh, look at that. Spend all the crackles you want, and these are all buffing them up to +3. And you can hold 3 crackles, so the other, if you have 3 and spend 1, the other 2 crackles are already making it +2 damage. So just have a conjure or probability manipulation, or even an opponent's negative status effect, like a burn or a poison or a bleed, and crackle will buff up to 3 immediately. She loves fighting against enemies who stack her with status effects. It's just going to make crackles all the more easy to be awesome. Like Cursed Pirate and Barbarian are like the only ones that really get around helping her out. And if they don't help her out, she'll help herself out with probability manipulations and conjures to buff that crackle up to +3. Good time, fun time. I'd think of her as a wizard to the pyromancer's sorcerer. You know, the sorcerer can cast fireball over and over again. The wizard here says, yes, that's very impressive. I dabble in explosions. I too can do that. But look at all this other cool stuff I can do too. So, tons of fun. I see why there's going to be plenty of people who find her to be their absolute favorite. It's probably the stiffest CP dial I've had so far, and it's still pretty loose. And health dial, only one of them was stiff at first, but pretty darn loose all around. So good stuff there. Ooh, her dice looks so good. Like, man. Like, straight up, like, that is some of the best swirl paint we've seen thus far. I thought Loki was going to be the best. And the deep cut of his symbols on his 6 still give him an edge. But that's a pretty deep cut on the helmet on her 6. And just the vibrancy of the colors. That is awesome. Dang, her dice look good. Okay, fine. Our dice are the best, but Loki tried, dang it. He put a good forth effort. And we still have a couple dark horses. We got a couple we haven't pulled out yet. But yeah. Oh, those look good. Okay. I'm going to grab... This is her sleeves. She looks very sleek. She's standing slightly sideways, you know, like her body's at like a 1/4, but her face is staring straight at you. That is very combat oriented. Like, I remember reading a Pendragon book, you know, as a young teenager or something, where it was, you know, just a minor thing that combatants do, where they'll stand facing sideways at you so that they make less of a profile, so that ranged shots have less target. This kind of reminds me of that. This is absolutely a like combat phase, stance here. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think that looks cool. And like parting the black inky chaos, I assume, here with her magic. Haven't seen the latest movie with her, but considering how long ago this was made, and how recent that movie is, from what little I can gather, I think this is matching that motif very well, and that's awesome. Alright, sleeves acquired, plastic begun. Okay. And I suppose I need to get her cards out of their plastic. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. It's fine. Go ask Mama to let you outside. Like, I'm stuck here, buddy. I ain't going nowhere. Okay. So, Chaos Manipulation here. 1 CP. Discard 2 probability manipulation to change the value of any 1 dice. So 1 CP and 2 of the even number tippets to so wild a dice. It's 1 CP. That can be anyone's dice. Not so... This is a so wild if you have 1 CP and 2 probability manipulations. That's nasty. That can be offensive. That can be defensive. Good stuff. Absolutely worth the cost. And all this tricksy stuff is definitely going to be like stronger reasons why people are going to love playing her. Oh yeah, and it's pretty creepy art too. Like, her face is kind of warped and as it pours in there. Big ol' eyeball there. Good art. Good stuff. No dice. Cutesy little face here. 1 CP, discard a probability token, then change the value of any one of your opponent's dice to a 1. So 1 CP and you helping hand into a 1. Like it forces it to be a 1. Unless your opponent was going for a basic attack, which is pretty slim odds, this can absolutely be a very unkind. So more dice hate. So, there's normally only 4 dice hate per your average deck. She now has 6, and we've only looked at her first 2 cards, and she has 6 dice hate cards. She's going to be nasty. But again, all the above require her to have probability manipulations. Those might absolutely be worth targeting for your status effect hate cards. And absolutely, she's got tons of crackles, and those, what status effects are, obviously. But considering the additional cost that these cards require, the probability manipulations, they might be sleeper agents. They might be worth taking out there. Watch out for those. Warped, 1 CP. Lovely right there. Got an angry glowing eye face. 1 CP to change the value of one of your dice to a 1, 2, or 3. So 1 CP to guarantee that large straight, but you can do it with the 1s and the 3s there, because, the probability manipulation can only affect even numbers. But this, the 1, 2, or 3, pretty good odds to be able to lock in your abilities. How many abilities require her? Yeah, so she's 3, 1, 1, 1. So she's a very pyromancer in her spread. Sorry, glare, you can't see that, but yeah, she is 3, 1, 1, 1. So she uses warps on Bewitched, Mind Blast, Jinx, her basic attack, and of course her small and large straight, which are on 1 ability. So this is probably going to help you confirm a straight, especially a large straight, pretty easily. 1 CP to just do that, and you can do it defensively too if that's a benefit somehow. Ooh, and a nasty thing I didn't even think about till just now. If she has stolen or conjured a evasive or a smoke bomb, that's a guaranteed success on those rolls. So good stuff. It's got to be one of her dice. This is not a dice hate card, but it is more manipulation on her own part. Alright, now we have Hex Shield, 1 CP. Play only after being attacked, roll 5 dice. You prevent 1 damage per 1s, 2s, and 3s. So good stuff, because her defense doesn't really prevent damage otherwise. So this is nice. This and her not this time's about it. But on double 6, she inflicts a reality warp. With her double trouble defense, getting 2 of 1 symbol to do things on defense is part of her motif. So good stuff there. This will block 2.5 damage on average and has funny odds to inflict a reality warp, which is always fun because it's on defense, which means the opponent's going to know that, after an entire round comes back around, they're going to have to deal with that reality warp regardless of what attack you lock in. So fun stuff, mean stuff. And pretty cheap. She's been pretty inexpensive so far. And that continues. Another 1 CP. 1 CP to gain a conjure. So, in a sense of the word, this can be 1 CP and 1 card to make your opponent discard 1 card, which is arguably not worth it. Like, that is usually a sold card for someone who does something similar like Shadow Thief with their cards. But not always. That might be absolutely worth it. Or just basically it also could be read as inflict reality warp, because that's the other thing Conjure can do, and that can't be prevented from the discarding. So 1 CP to inflict reality warp, absolutely strong. 1 CP to perhaps gain a positive status effect token, or force your opponent to discard a card if they wish to prevent that. That might be worth it. Pivotal moment, if your opponent is low on cards, do that, steal their good stuff, or try to conjure their good stuff. Yeah, the red tray looks so good. I'm telling you, man, this is the best tray as far as like color that I've seen thus far. Well, I say best. It's the one that just like grabs me the most. Yeah, I would say this is absolutely worth. But it's got varying power. It depends upon what you do. So it does have variability there, but I would argue that some of its effects are a little weaker than one would hope. So use it wisely. Snap Crackle is the fun one to make that crackle pop. You pay 1 CP, roll a dice. If it's even, gain a crackle. If it's odd, gain 2 crackle. So on that, you can totally probability manipulation, spend 1 of that to change this from gaining 1 crackle to gaining 2, because you want it to be an odd dice roll. That's absolutely worth it sometimes if you're looking for damage output. Sometimes it's not, so you can use that probability for other stuff. But something to think about. This is a great card. Like 2 crackle for 1 CP, that could add 6 damage. It's gonna definitely add at least a possible maximum of 3 damage on the bad result. 1 CP for 3 damage? Yes. 1 CP for 6 damage? Absolutely yes. And now we got upgrades. So for defense upgrade, it actually shifts everything around a little bit because it stays the same on the 4s, 5s, and 6 results. That's exactly the same. But on the duplicate 1, 2, and 3s, if you get 3 on the defense, you gain 2 crackle instead of just 1 crackle for 2 of the 1, 2, and 3 symbols. That's nice. But this sentence is nasty. Oh yeah, I forgot the Mythic adds even more. I forgot about that card. Yeah, good point. I just always forget about those because I only use Mythics if I'm playing high difficulty DTA. I don't play with them normally otherwise. But that's absolutely something that you are capable and free to do. You may discard a probability manipulation to change one of these dice to any value. So these dice being your defense dice. So after you roll your dice, if you have a probability manipulation, before you gain the benefits of this card, you can so wild a dice with a probability manip. So if you got 1 6, spend that probability manipulation. Look at that, I got 2 6s. I did 4 damage back. If she consistently does 4 damage back on her defense, she cannot be stopped. That's a fun little pro strat on her. Like keep your dice mods to guarantee your defense claps back on the double 6s, and she will absolutely outpace a pyromancer at her own game. It's hysterical. It's awesome. And if you need evidence of that, Manny won the promo tournament when they were first showing off Dice Throne Marvel. You can find that on YouTube. And if you didn't know, Manny is the artist and co-creator of the game. Mini ult upgrade adds a micro ult classic. Adds 1 damage to the mini ult, and that's all that changes. The micro ult gains all of her positive status effect tokens for herself, but only one of the probability manips. So that's pretty nice, because you could just make that conjure a reality warp, and now you've got a probability manipulation and 2 crackle. So you've built yourself up while maybe slowing down your opponent a bit. Not bad for a fallback on a micro ult there. Cost 2 CP, but anything that adds an ability almost always, I've never seen them not cost 2 CP. Bewitch. So this one makes chasing your ults nice, because that micro ult you had earlier, well, you'll probably just do this instead, because you'll probably have it, because that's your most common symbol over there. A conjure and deal 10 damage. That could also be read as inflict reality warp and deal 10 damage. Very strong. But that energy drain, that at 2 forwards and a 6, that is a sleeper. That is a kill confirm, because there is nothing that can prevent health steal if this ability is locked in. You can't evade it, nothing, because it's not technically damage. So this can kill confirm, and an opponent with shadows or smoke bombs or evasives is just hosed. It's hysterical. So don't sleep on this upgrade. It costs 1. Oh wow, this made me a liar. This costs 1 CP. It adds 1 damage to the Bewitch, adds a new ability, only costs 1 CP. I cannot believe this doesn't cost 2 CP. Play this every time. It only adds 1 damage to that ability. Well, I say play it every time. It only adds 1 damage to this ability, and this is a kill confirm. If you're not going for that, whatever. But it's only 1 CP. Come on, play it. You can afford it. You'll be fine. Okay. Her small and large straight are in 1 ability as well, so Loki likes to spellbound this. Small straight's probability, and yeah, it just adds 1 damage to both. Adds cost 2 CP. So yeah, what I kind of figured was the standard there. Alright, her Mind Blast. It gains an extra crackle rather than just 1, it gains 2. The damage is the same on the base, and if you roll an even on the dice, that's the same. But if the value is odd, it adds 1 extra damage. So gains an extra crackle, adds an extra pure damage, and this thing is pure damage every time. So these crackle. So this is basically her version of, well, no, I say that. Like, it's kind of the opposite of Pyroblast. It's the same symbol spread, the same dice number spreads, but it gains her stuff that she can spend later. It doesn't spend them now to do a huge attack. And this is pure. This is 5 or 9 pure damage, undefendable. This costs 2 CP. The extra crackle alone is worth that. All the other things are just extra treats. At least I'd argue it's worth it. But maybe I just think everything is so cool and worth it. Your call. There's absolutely going to be games where you sell a lot of your upgrades so you can afford your other cards. Alright, Darkhold 2 costs 2 CP. It gains an extra CP, it gains an extra crackle, and an extra probability manipulation. So Darkhold is your... Yeah, so these two, these are straight up Pyromancer. But this is Cursed Pirate. And Cursed Pirate. So no wonder she's tons of fun. She's like a combination of like the two strongest, quote unquote strongest, two among the strongest heroes in competitive play, at least that we've seen so far. So, and she's just really cool. Her motif is really cool. Like, she was gonna be the majority of everyone's favorite. She was destined for that. So yeah, 2 CP to double how much crackle and probability you get out of this. You play this one, like, you get that CP back because it does gain an extra CP. So really it's like it only costs 1 CP to double how much crackle and probability manipulations you would get if you were to roll it one time. Roll it twice and it pays for itself. This isn't something you want to roll that often. Maybe it's kind of an opener, sort of like the Fire Mastery gaining one is for the Pyromancer. That's right there. So you're calling whether that's a good opening hand or not. But I like it. Jinx upgrade. Jinx upgrade is hysterical and awesome. Costs 2 CP, and this is one of the subtle ones. This is a good one. So you roll 2 dice when you get it, just like normal, and it changes the 1, 2, and 3 to per instead of on. That's great. So that can maximize it at 10 damage rather than simply 8. That's good. It changes the 4 result from on to per. So if you manage to roll 2 4s, you don't lose out. You do gain 2 probability manips. The on the 5 is still the same, but I mean, it inflicts a maximum of 1 stack limit status effect anyway, so that didn't need to be per. But yeah, so here's where it gets fun. On this one, it says on a 6, add 1 damage and re-roll the dice. So that can only happen once because it's on. So let's say you roll 2 dice, you get a 1 and a 6. All right, well, the 1 added 2 damage, the 6 added 1, and you re-roll that one. You get a 4. All right, cool. So you added, so it was a total of 9 damage and a probability manipulation. But like, let's say you rolled a 6 again. Well, it didn't do anything because it already did its thing. This changes the 6 to 4 each one. So it basically changes it to per 6. So the odds are astronomical. But a Jinx 2, like a Barbarian or a Pyromancer, can be like can technically do a 1-turn kill, kind of like a stun. If you manage to roll 46s in a row, this can do 46 damage or whatever. So this one is fun just for the meme potential alone. But absolutely, I think this is worth it. Like, changing those to per dice rather than on dice. And making that 6 feel so much fun to just keep re-rolling. You can even play 6-it, you know, or cards like that to just keep adding on to this in a desperate, like, last turn hit. It's really funny. Okay. And then we got the basic attack upgrade. Adds 1 damage to each. And a new ability. That's pretty uncommon. Costs 2 CP. And adds the 4 of a kind, inflict a reality warp. So that can be nasty. Like 5... 1, 2, and 3s to do 9 damage, and if you got like, you know, 4 3s, you inflict a reality warp. That's hella strong. Like, that's an amazing basic attack. And the gain conjure and do 2 pure damage. It's a fallback with unique dice symbols, so I mean, that alone is nice. That alone is handy. It makes it harder to whiff. But unless you're playing like Dice Zone Adventures and that conjure is going to get you something amazing, it's going to be a reality warp or maybe stealing a status effect. Or creating one, not stealing. Pirating, rather than thieving. I would say this is actually pretty good. Like, this might be a 2 CP basic attack upgrade. Absolutely worth playing. I like the Treant can do his upgrades and do basic attacks over and over again, and that can be a legit strat. I would say this could be too. And after that, it is the universal cards. So, any questions, concerns, complaints, firebombs, let me know. Hi, buddy. Can't quite see him. Maybe you can. I get that face. Oh, he just barely can't see my dog's head. He's over here next to my hands. Yeah, Scarlet Witch in Dice Throne Adventures is unlimited fun because that conjure will never be counterplayed by an opponent because no opponent in Dice Throne Adventures has cards to discard against you. Not even the bosses, because they play the card or sell the card they draw every turn. They never have a hand. Not really, you know? So conjure will always get to do exactly what you want it to do. So she's the mime class if you've played, you know, old school Final Fantasies. She's the mime class. She can be a combination of all of her allies. So the multiplayer, the more the merrier with her. Her probability manipulation can turn a environmental dice roll that's a 4 and usually bad into a 5, which is usually good. Like she can do tons of damage, so she can one-shot things as necessary. She can reality warp minions and make it to where it's almost like impossible for them to roll their objective. Like it's very strong against minions and bosses. Like she's just a ton of fun in the co-op. Highly recommend. Like even if she's got a team that she can't conjure anything fun with, like she's playing with a barbarian and a pirate, you know, and can't conjure any fun, good status effects. Well, she can conjure her own, you know, like keep that engine running, or just inflict a reality warp on the opponent. All right, who's gonna be after her? Spider-Man. I mean, Thor's last. Thor is last. Good for him. Okay, so I just need to sleeve Hexcellent here, and then we're set. Okay. Alright, spare sleeves there, turn over there. You guys can go here. That should about even it out, really. LCP, now I just need your stat specs. Oh, here's another thing I'm missing. I didn't see the... oh wait, that's probably because he's in there. Never mind. So, nice little purple haze, ombreing into dark red there at the top. Pretty strong. Pretty strong colors. I like it. Okay. Tell me the components here. We need 3 probability manipulations. We need 2 reality warps. We need 2 conjure and 4 crackle. Alright. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, Spider-Man's a ton of fun. I'm looking forward to checking out all his cards and assets. It's going to be good. Alright, so yeah. You would think with how distinct Scarlet Witch is that she would have unique stats effect tokens. She technically doesn't. All these are transferable. All of these are removable. An opponent can totally steal a conjure and then attempt to play it themselves. I mean, don't make it do the reality warp. That's useless. Don't transfer a reality warp from yourself to her. That's useless unless you just really want to avoid it yourself, which might be worth. But yeah, an opponent can totally spin the crackle and add up to 3 damage. Alrighty. So you go there and go there. Alrighty. Spider-Man. Oh man, that is a deep, rich blue. I did not expect. It's like almost darker than navy blue. Like that is strong. Like somewhere between green and blue is my favorite color. I always kind of struggle to pick one. So that is very nice. Yeah. It doesn't command the fear that Scarlet Witch's does, but I do like this. It's a good color. And look at that art. Cuts off his little forehead there when it folds. So you can kind of make him look like an egg with a yolk sticking out there on the top there. What does the back ears look like? His looks like a cityscape there. Nice little New York, I assume, vibe, but purpley. And it continues with the star, like, you know, like space haze over here, even though it's not, like, it looks more like paint spatter back here. And these are not like cuts. This is art. Like, it's designed to look like this, if you're worried about that. So, yeah, I like how the motifs, like, subtly tie into each other. So there's your Miles Morales Spider-Man. Spider sense is tingling indeed. Alrighty. So, Spider-Man against Scarlet Witch learns very fast to hold on to cards that he doesn't mind discarding so that she may never be allowed to conjure one of his combos. You learn that very quick. You let that happen once and never again. But yeah, combo you can spend after concluding an entire roll phase. You can spend it after that and take an additional roll phase. So kind of like a stun that never stuns, actually. They can only do that once per turn. So if he holds on to one, he runs a risk that they can transfer it from him. So most of the time, you want to spend one for your first attack, but not gain one on your second attack. You want to gain one from your first attack, spend it, do another attack. Spider-Man does have a unique strategy to win against Black Panther because his first attack that gains combo typically does kind of small damage. You don't necessarily want to do multiple damage sources to Black Panther, though, because that means he's just going to get more and more kinetic energy. So him, you might have to kind of vary your strategy a bit or time your status effect removal cards precisely so that you don't punch yourself, you don't hoist yourself on your own petard there. But it absolutely can be done. It's absolutely possible to be an even matchup. It's just I feel like Marvel in general, you have to respect who your opponent is all the more compared to Dice Throne Season 1 and 2. You always should be cognizant of your opponent's capabilities. But I really feel like it was really a thesis statement of the Marvel set. Who is your opponent? Who is that hero? You will respect them. You will be aware of them. Can you get rid of combo before he uses it? Yes, it has a very precise window, so it can be bye-byed, and he can't do anything about it, because it's at the conclusion of the defensive roll phase. So if you spend it anytime, if you spend bye-bye during any part of your defense, or any part after he locks in an attack that gains him a combo, you can spend bye-bye, and because combo has to be specifically spent later on at the end of the defensive roll phase, he cannot interrupt you by spending it. He can't claim priority because combo is not legally able to be spent yet. Yeah, stun, basically, if an attack stuns, it's basically kind of like an ultimate to where it's like you can take no reactions. Like you have to sit there and wait, and then they get another attack after all the damage is calculated, and then they remove the stun, and then they take another roll phase. Combo is like that, but you never stun the opponent. Like you never prevent them from playing stuff. All right, CP dial, very dark there, like because the body kind of goes into shadow there. But pretty strong, perfectly smooth. You ship with a lot of health here. Got like 78, 79. Just a little sticky there when I swiped it, and now it feels like a glove. Feels like exactly like it should. And his dice Um, not as paint swirly as I hoped. My set here, there are absolutely some paint swirls that look very nice. Like you see that 6, that looks great. But some of them have a almost like glitter spatter to them. Like when you look at this straight on, it just looks like shiny glittery paint that's like all glittery, like an even quantity, so it's like it's one tone even though it's technically two tone. If you look at it to the side, look at that swirl paint. That looks amazing. So if they all looked like that consistently, you know, or like this 6, they'd be in the running for my favorite dice because I love the blue, but he's surprisingly a darker blue than I would have figured that I would like. I love dark blue, but for some reason I think his are just a little bit too dark to where they're not showing all of the fun. Oh yeah, that 5 looks great. Like if they all look like that, done. Favorite dice. But some of them are just not quite as swirly as I would like. But wham. That's me trying to complain. Alright, I'll cut open his cards and go from there. Okay, turn over card. You can go over there, buddy. And plastic be gone. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, I need his sleeves. And his sleeves are unique, just like his randomizer card, you know, he, like, you know, it looks great like that, but it looks like it's designed to look like that. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if there are people who play with his deck like that, just because, you know, they like to look at it like from that angle, rather than drawing them and playing them like that. I bet there would be people who play like that. Oh yeah, that is a good point. Like Thor is a very royal blue, so they did need to really differentiate. That is a darn good point. Okay. Yeah. Critics always talk like they know best, but there's always reasons for the choices made. We stand on the shoulders of giants as we complain and critique. Like, absolutely love that they've made such an amazing game that has been so much fun to be a part of in my own small way. All right. There's a top of you, right? Is it not? It's not. That's technically it upside down. That. Wait, no, it wasn't. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's the top. Alright, so, yeah, if you're drawing like a normal deck, you know, to where like that is the top, you know, like flip it over and there it is. That would be the normal way to play. So, yeah, I can almost guarantee there are going to be people who play like that just because, you know, they want to look at them dead on. Because I want to, and clearly my opinion is what everyone feels like, right? Right. Okay. Radioactive Blood. 3 CP, instant, gain a combo. So this one's nasty because you can wait until the exact moment when it is capable of being spent on your attack turn, and therefore play it and then spend it, and because you're the active player, the opponent cannot buy it. The defender never has priority when simultaneous play is desired. So for 3 CP, that's a hefty price to pay, and it's worth paying every time. Because his attacks that gain him a combo are typically low damage. This allows you to chain 2 high damage attacks back to back. If you're able to roll for them, of course. For 3 CP, that can't really... Your opponent can't do anything about it. They cannot buy that if you wait until the end of the defensive roll phase after damage calculation before you technically move into main phase 2. You play this, and you immediately can play the combo. You never lost priority. The opponent can do nothing about it. They can't buy it, nothing. So, good stuff. Yeah, if I remember right, Miles Morales' unique cards feel like the most consistently strong. It feels like they just do everything for him. Like just good stuff. All right. So, a lot of them involve his status effects, so I suppose I should just go over them real quick. Webbed waits a turn to become active. AKA it has no effect the turn it's inflicted or transferred, But on subsequent turns, so from then on, after the turn where it was put on you, if you're attacked with normal damage, the webbed is removed immediately, and the attack is turned into undefendable. So if you have a webbed on you from a previous turn, and then he attacks you with an attack that inflicts webbed, that attack is turned undefendable, the web goes away, and then he webs you again. So he can absolutely chain webs over and over and over again. So the dream turn of Spider-Man, or at least an arguable one, is for your first attack to get you a combo. You spend the combo, your second attack gets you a webbed. That way next turn, when you do it again, the first attack, that's kind of lower damage but gains you a combo, it's undefendable damage. And then you web them again so you can keep doing it again. So yeah, can you use it before an instant bye-bye? The combo? Yes. If on the radioactive blood specifically, if you play it at the correct time. And it's kind of a like high knowledge dice thrown thing to be aware of that. So spreading the word here now. Do not play this until after damage calculation. Right before you technically move from the roll phase into main phase 2. Because that's the only time you can technically play a combo. So play this, then play the combo. The opponent can, no one can bye-bye it. Because you're the attacker and you always have priority. When simultaneous play is desired. When two people with instant effects want something to happen. You get priority. So, but if you play this before that, like if you play this after you lock in your attack, but before your opponent has rolled defense or before you've done damage calculation, there's a window where your opponent can bye-bye it. So hold on to this. Wait until the last second to play it. Unless you want, you're only gonna learn that lesson once, I promise you, because it's gonna tick you off. Okay. Oh, and his other status effect, this one is a unique one because it's kind of based on his suit or his Spidey powers, I think. I haven't seen the movie, Blasphemy. I know, I should get around to it. So his invisibility is a lot of fun. And it was really tricky to make sure that, you know, it was worded properly to not break the game. But that's neither here nor there. Roll defense gets undefendable attack. When a player with this token is attacked with an undefendable attack, they may choose to spend this token to be able to activate a defense. The token may not be transferred by any means, but it's removable, which is pretty common for the unique tokens in Marvel, except for Captain Marvel, because she's awesome. So, get attacked with undefendable, as long as it's not an ultimate, this lets you roll defense. However, be aware, this says when a player is attacked with undefendable. So if the opponent is doing exclusively collateral damage, you can't play invisibility because exclusively collateral is not an attack. There's lots of tricky things that occur with that. So a fun way to get around his invisibility if you have collateral damage as a possibility. Oh yeah. So sorry, I forget that you were like new to this game and like, you know, like getting the Marvel set and haven't really played the others. So yes, there's no Magic the Gathering stack in Dice Throne. Basically, once something is played, its effects are resolved, and then additional play is allowed. With the only like, not directly stated but assumed exceptions, like when you play a status effect that then says roll a dice. People can place, you know, effects to modify that dice. But otherwise, that's the norm. When you play a card, when it resolves, like no one can play something on top of it. There's no Magic the Gathering stack or Yu-Gi-Oh stack, and then you resolve in reverse order. You play a card, it's completely resolved, then someone else may now play a card, including yourself again. Whatever. But orange and red cards are the same speed. They can't interrupt each other. Like you play one, you resolve it, done, next. But if two people want to play at the exact same moment in the turn in that particular game, you cannot. There's no chicken, like it's not, or it's no. There's no slapjack either. Like it's not whoever speaks first wins or whoever plays their card first wins. It's not that. If simultaneous play is desired, the attacker always gets priority. So two red cards want to be played at the same time, or two status effects want to be played at the same time, or a status effect wants to be played at the same time a bye on that status effect wants to be played, the attacker always has priority. If this retroactively makes a defender's bye an illegal move because the status effect they were targeting is no longer there, the bye is refunded, put back into your hand. No harm, no foul, other than the fact that the attacker now knows you have a bye in your hand. That's about the worst of it. So yeah. This was a blanket solidifying of the rules last year, April-ish. It didn't change the rules so much as it solidified them. It was like, hey, we already sort of stated this, but here's us really, really clarifying exactly what we mean by it. And it blanket answered a lot of niche situations, which was very nice. Okay, so yikes, 1 CP, gain invisibility. That can make an undefendable attack defendable. There's also great benefits of invisibility. Like his spider sense defense, it likes to prevent half damage. You can discard invisibility to take an additional roll attempt on this defense. Invisibility rules, 1 CP. Worth it, get it. It's basically, his spider sense is a half flight token. You roll 2 dice, and if you get a 6, you prevent half damage. It's only on. You can't double up on that. But the invisibility, if you have it to spend. Oh, you actually have season 1, 2, and D3. My bad. Sorry, I remembered incorrectly. My bad. But oh yeah, like whenever you're trying to explain it to a rules lawyer how it works, man, I get it. It's unique to this game. It's a little complicated to explain, and I can see arguments because I've seen so many funny little arguments about priority ever since it was mentioned as a rare mechanic in this game. Like I had an Australian Discord friendo. He's the one who actually helped me in the tournaments a lot. Slip. He messaged me that one of his mates that he was playing with was basically trying to articulate to defenders, hey, are you not going to do anything to this particular moment in the turn? And they would say, no, I'm good, proceed. And he would then argue, okay, well, you've passed priority, which means I can now play this thing and you can't react to it. And that is not correct. That is not true. That is trying to put words in the mouth of the rules, which are not there. Like, it is, yeah. Technically speaking, how a turn order goes is at all times the attacker is either trying to do something or trying to proceed in the turn order. That's it. It's always on the attacker to say, okay, we're now attempting to move to the roll phase, or I'm playing this card, or I'm playing this stats effect. That's it. And the defender at all times before that proceeding of the turn order actually happens can say, I will play this before we proceed. If the defender passes on that, you proceed. That's it. But anytime anybody, attacker, defender, whoever, plays something or does something, it goes back to the attacker who was trying to proceed and says, okay, the board state has now changed. You get a renewed opportunity at that exact moment in time, in the turn order, that is. Do you now continue to wish to proceed, or do you want to play something now that things have changed? So, if you have an attack modifier as the attacker, and your opponent has an evasive token, the defense is already resolved. You're doing 7 damage. Doing 7 damage, the opponent's already rolled defense, but they do have an evasive token. But you, as the attacker, you have an attack modifier you could play, like a reload. Let's say both players know it. It's a status effect token. It's a crackle. You could play it to add 3 damage. Let's say it's a crackle. You have a choice. You can either play that status effect token and make it 10 damage, and the opponent can play an evasive after that, or you can attempt to proceed to damage calculation on the 7 damage. The defender now has a choice. Do they take the 7 damage, or do they roll the evasive? If they choose to take that 7 damage because, the attacker's proceeding, done. The attacker already chose to forego playing that attack modifier. It's now in damage calculation. Take the 7 damage, opportunity gone. If the defender chooses to roll the evasive, and the evasive fails, the attacker gets a renewed chance to play the attack modifier, add the 3 damage, make it 10 damage instead. Oh yeah, because this game is so colloquial in style, so much conversation, natural, organic conversation. You do all this, but organically. People accidentally cheat by asking the defender if they're going to play evasive before they play their attack modifier. And I say accidental because it's a conversation. It is not intentional, I promise you. Unless you're like in a tournament and they should know better. But even then, tournaments are also very casual. And I'm happy to explain this. I love explaining crap, as you can guess. But a lot of times people accidentally cheat by the attacker asking the defender, hey, you doing anything? And then, you know, depending upon their reaction, then the attacker will say, okay, well, now I play this then. And it's like, well, technically it should be the other way around. You, the attacker, are you attempting to move forward in the turn, or are you playing something? And the defender always gets a yay or nay. Cool, I anticipated your question. Glad I got lucky there. So yeah, like that's the organic turn order. The attacker always has priority, but it's the onus of proceeding in the turn order is always on them. So in a sense, the defender will always get final say, but the defender can never do something that doesn't also renew the attacker an opportunity to play stuff before you proceed forward. Want to rehydrate after that explanation? And proceed with cards. After Yikes, we got Nice Try, 0 CP. Play only after being attacked. Discard an invisibility to prevent 3 damage. So, it's got to be an attack, so again, this cannot affect collateral damage. And basically, this kind of guarantees invisibility successfully doing something. Because if it's already a defendable attack, and let's say you rolled a 6 on your defense, on the Spider Sense defense, so you're already preventing half. So therefore, the invisibility you have on hand, it doesn't need to do anything. You've already done the best you can. Absolutely, if that would block another 3 damage, spend it, go for it. But it's really hard to argue that using the invisibility to turn an undefendable attack defendable, or using the invisibility to get a reroll on the half damage roll, is probably more valuable than this. But this absolutely, like, this makes winners win more. Like, if you're already doing great with your defenses and invisibilities, this makes them even stronger because you can half damage and then prevent 3. Actually, it works the other way around, actually, because you do adding and subtracting on damage calculation first, and then you calculate division all at once last after that. So, if anything, that combo is actually kind of weak. So, this is basically for those who like to guarantee that their invisibility successfully does something rather than leaving it to chance. A strong effect, 0 CP and 1 status effect token for 3 damage. Prevention is nice. Your call on worth it compared to invisibility's other effects. This might be worth selling instead. In some ways, a turn order chess clock style thing would help, and in others, it would inhibit. Right? Yeah, it's a tough call because the attacker always has priority, but the defender always has the ability to think about whatever they want and say, no, I'm good. So as far as like actually successfully implementing a like chess clock, you know, turn order thing, you know, like especially like a blitz chess thing, I don't know if that would help or hinder. But like casually, this game is so conversational in its style that it's unnecessary. In tournaments, like online tournaments especially, people just think a lot because, you know, it gets to really complex decision making and just makes it all the more fun. I've never seen anyone stall on purpose, not really. Alright, so we got Invisible Punch, 1 CP. Play only after being attacked. If you successfully prevented damage as a part of your Spider Sense defense, clap back for 3 damage. So that makes Counterpunch all the weaker, unfortunately. This one is basically like, no, here's a maximum Counterpunch after you blocked half. So, heck yeah. Real talk, unless the attack coming in on you is really, really low. Spoiler alert, there's not defense upgrades for Spider-Man. I never roll Counterpunch. I roll Spider Sense every time. Unless they're hitting me for 2 damage. I'm gonna roll that every time. But I suffer the same problem with Shadow Thief. He's got the clapback defense and he's got the prevent damage one. I do that one every time. Yeah, 1 CP for 3 clapback, 1 CP for 3 damage. That's a better average than what Curse Pirate does. Go for it. Ambush, attack modifier that costs 0. Always fun, a nice surprise.
Discard invisibility to add 3 damage. So you can wait until after defense roll, play that, after you know your opponent's done just about every course of action they can, to sneak in an extra 3 damage for 0 CP. Again, 2 CP for 3 damage is the average that is good for Season 1 and 2. 0 CP for 3 damage and a status effect? Yeah, that's worth. But then again, that might actually help you block half damage. Your call. But it's free. It's got to be worth it. Swing Escape. I love this one. So, 1 CP. Your Spider Sense defense ability succeeds on webs now instead of a 6. This can be played after you've rolled your defense. So, 2 defense dice on your defense, and you're looking exclusively for a 6. Like, alright, that was a surprisingly good example, or a bad example, because I actually got a 6, but, like, that's going to be a real common result from your defense roll. Like, so you play it after that, and boom, like, you've seen the result, you know you got a web but not a 6, you play that and you're good. I'm curious if the FAQ mentions this. So, by the nature of the timing on this, your Spider Sense defensive ability succeeds on a web instead of a 6. This card can be played after you rolled your dice. You cannot lock in your defense die. Like, okay, we're locking in my defense results. I got a 3 and a 5. Neither of us can now play dice modifiers on them. Now I play Swing Escape. Haha, it succeeded. You can't do that. You have to see the results, but before they're locked in, play this. It gives your opponent an opportunity to respond. Like, you can't gotcha on that one. At least I'm pretty darn sure that's the intention, that's the rule. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident that that is the intent of this. I checked this side to see if it's on the FAQ, because I could see someone asking that gamesmanship question. I'm pretty sure we did ask that amongst ourselves, and we came up with an answer. I believe that was an answer. I could be remembering wrong, but I'm fairly confident. Yeah. 1 CP to turn your defense into a success on 4s and 5s. Heck yeah. Booyah! 1 CP, roll a dice. All of the results are great. Heck yeah. 1 CP for a combo, it costs 3 CP to get one at instant speed earlier. This is great. The only counterplay on that is a bye-bye or a tippet. And all the others are great too. So, this is a great opening play when you don't have any of these status effects on the board, because then you know it'll be good. 1 CP, absolutely worth. Web Shooter, 1 CP to guarantee the result of the Booyah from earlier. Inflict a web. It won't take effect this turn. Wait to play this until main phase 2. It's only 1 CP, and unless they don't get rid of it, that's going to guarantee an undefendable attack your next attack. Heck yeah. Like, Miles cards are cheap. This is good stuff. He has an extra. He has a not instant speed getting paid. 0 CP to gain 2 CP. I'm telling you, his deck is great because they all just do good, simple stuff. Like, the diversity is hysterical. Like, his deck is like Tony Stark here. It just has answers to everything. It's ironic because it's the wrong Spider-Man, but you know what I mean. Yeah, cha-ching. Basically roll a Vegas on a 3 or 4. So he can generate CP as if he needs it. Like, everything is really cheap for him. 1 CP. Heal 3 with a milkshake me. So, look at that. 1 CP, heal 3. Like, strong stuff. Like, that is a non-instant, that is a non-roll phase, half, not this time, if you will, for 1 CP. That's still absolutely worth. And now we've got his upgrades. So, mini ult upgrade. Adds a damage, costs 2 CP. Adds 1 damage to the mini ult, adds a micro ult. Gain combo and do 2 undefendable. So, if you're going for this and only got this, that's practically like, hey, it's okay. Here's 2 undefendable to them. And unless it was Black Panther, that's fine. Go again. Spin that combo, buddy. So, this is a great, like, it's weak, sure, but it's, I mean, it's free damage. It's like it's like adding +2 to your next attack. Heck yeah. Even better than adding +2 to your next attack because it can't avoid it and it's separated. So the only person that's not good against, quote unquote, is Black Panther. And I'm gonna get confused on splitting these so much. I always think that this is the top and that's the top. Doesn't matter once, you know, but that's funny. All right. It seems to be a pattern, like, so that the boards can be all the cooler, like consolidation of small and large straight, which again plays into Scarlet Witch. I'm sorry, not Scarlet Witch, Loki, blocking your small and large with 1 in Ensorcel there, 1 spellbound. Oh, adds 1 damage to each. That's all it does. It is 2 CP. That's pretty standard. It's probably because it's 2 abilities that are both improved that they can't justify it only costing 1. Your call. I mean, small and large straights are absolutely a second attack after the first attack combos. Bread and butter for him. This might be worth. Especially if you need to do high damage as your main source against a Black Panther, because you don't want to keep giving him kinetic energies. Combo adds 1 damage to the base attack and gives a pretty fun. You add this to the board, and the man can't whiff. Or at least, you know, it gets real close. Like, it is so hard for Spidey to whiff once you upgrade a thing or two. Gain invisibility and inflict web. That's pretty strong. Like, that does pretty decent odds of making sure your next attack's undefendable and you can prevent at least half damage, or maybe you do even other fun things. And adding 1 damage to an attack that you want to roll as your first attack almost every turn. Yes, please. It's absolutely worth 2 CP. Oh yeah, no, Loki is nasty. With okay, so here's my favorite thing to imagine. This is a you're gonna have a bad time situation. You're playing a 2v2. You're playing against Loki and Scarlet Witch. By coincidence, in their targeting phase, they both target the same opponent, who goes after the 2 of them. Like, let's say Loki and Scarlet are players 1 and 3, and they both attack player 4 in the turn order. Scarlet Witch inflicts reality warp. So you're going to have 1 less dice. She's going to give you a dice. But at least that dice can be used for straights. Loki inflicts spellbound. He covers your small and large straight. Good luck. It's going to be nasty. Alright, punch upgrade, 2 CP, adds +1 to everything, but on 4 of a kind game combo. Heck yeah, that can be just as strong, maybe even stronger if you get 5. If you do the 7 damage one, that's even better than this one's upgrade. For a 2 CP basic attack upgrade, that's pretty stinking good. More abilities to get, more ways to get combo equals happier Spider-Man. And now we have all of the generic, or not generic, universal cards. Yeah, Spider-Man is going to be tons of people's favorites because that movie was awesome. From what I've heard, from what I've seen of it, I still need to sit down and watch it. But I've seen tons of stuff on it. So a lot of people's favorite character. Spider-Man has always been hilariously popular, like just consistently. He's always been a lot of people's favorite superhero, and they just keep making good versions of him. Or her, Spider-Gwen, what have you. And Miles' cards are amazing and quite versatile. Like they just kind of like do everything. Like, you need to heal a little bit, sure. You need some extra CP. He generates more than most people, and his stuff is pretty cheap. All of his stats effects are awesome, so therefore anything that inflicts them or gains them is great. He's just a good all-around character. Like, he's definitely like Scarlet. I think he'll be the second most popular after Scarlet Witch. Could be wrong.
Okay. Oh, I need his promo. Tingling. So this is just nasty. If this on a 6 just gained a combo, that would be worth playing. I mean, you know, they're always worth playing because they replace themselves if they don't. I guess maybe you would sell them sometimes, but I've never seen anyone sell these. They always play them and maybe sell the next card. On a 6, gain a combo and an invisibility. Anything else? Draw replacement like usual. Okay, spare sleeves and over here. How'd you launch like that? That was impressive. Spider-Man indeed. Okay, you go there. Thank you, turnover card, for being my bookmark. Always appreciate that. There we go, that's pretty even. Oh, I need your stats effects, buddy. Alright, leaflet. Explain. We get 2 combos. Makes sense. He's not going to let Scarlet Witch generate too many, and he's not going to let too many people steal them either. It doesn't take long to learn that lesson. Needs 3 webbed. And 1 invisibility. For a second there, I thought that token was huge. I thought it was like really, really cut out, but still pretty good size there. 5 head brain Spider-Man here. Always thinking ahead. And apparently turning invisible. And that's it. Oh, other than popping out his token. His has a 3-color motif going on here. Purple to blue to kind of orangish. It's very nice. Nice and bright. Okay, Spidey, you can go there. And maybe DTA comes with standees on its own, and that's why it doesn't have any spares. Or maybe I'm just missing them. Like the base. Whatever. I'm overthinking. I'll figure it out. Alright. And last and not least, Thor. Who was interesting to get right. Oh, that's pretty. I'm glad I checked the back of most of these. I forgot on some of them. Look at that. Like, I never really think about the back of these very often, but I'm so glad we looked at that. Look at that Bifrost. That is baller. Look at a rainbow. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, it comes in its own little baggie that you can even reclose. Like, good old board gamers know what's up with these baggies. It's board gamers or drug dealers. That's who use those. Officer, I swear I'm just a board gamer. This thing has some heft to it. So, got the nice, like, and it's pretty, it's very heavy. Like, it's very top heavy. So, like, I could absolutely, like, yeah. Like, so don't actually throw these at people. That could actually legitimately hurt. And there it is. Make it to where you can read that without the glare too terribly. Not really. But yeah. Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Oh, God, sorry, just like I'm impressed at that. I'm gonna hold it like that a lot and just like point at people like you. Like I hit you with the hammer, then I throw it back to myself, then I hit you and throw it back. Okay. And almost perfectly like lies flush in there, so you could put it under there, but probably just put it on top of cards, you know, like other big stats effect tokens. Like, it'd be alright. As mid pose there, that is an so on the camera there, it looked like he was like doing a pursed lip thing from here, like he's handsome Squidward, like that sheen on it on his teeth. His teeth, there's a sheen on the lips there.
But no, that's absolutely him, like open mouth roaring, like, yeah, I just smacked the crap out of this hammer. It looks so cool. So don't mind that. Last deck of cards to crack open. Only took me nearly 4 hours. Alrighty. Turn over cards. You can go there, buddy. Okay, so Thor I like to describe as barbarian with bursts of genius. Sometimes his attack is hit really hard with big hammer and done. And other times he actually has a turn as complicated as a shadow thief or a cursed pirate as far as resource management, gaining, spending, to gain more, to spend more, etc., etc. So yeah, guard break, roll dice on 1 through 3, attack comes undefendable. Very strong. It's not on his board very often because that is very strong. Electrokinesis. A lot of attacks are augmented by how many electrokinesis he has, and at any point in time, you can spend 3 to draw a card. Good stuff, strong stuff. That gets his engine going. You want to build those up, spend them ASAP. His stack limit is 4, so it's rare that you will have to gain so many at a time that you waste some. It's certainly possible. But yeah, typically, if you're in the middle of doing an attack that, does extra damage based on number of electrokinesis or whatever, sure, lock that in, do the damage, then start drawing cards with it. Like, card draw wins games. And Mjolnir is a companion, so it can't be messed with by opponents at all. You always start the game with it on your board. Anytime something says throw or retrieve, you can do whichever one you're capable of, because if it's on someone, you can't throw it again. You have to retrieve it before you can throw it again. Anytime it's thrown on someone, an immediate 1 isolated damage. Thematically, I love this because, so Thor is a god, right? Seraph and Paladin have that blessing of divinity, that prevents them from being KO'd. From, like the next time they would go to 0 health, they spend that token, they go to 1 health. And it even works against ultimates. Thor's Mjolnir doesn't give a crap about that. Like, you ult them, whatever. They spend that token, they're down to 1 health. Then he discards a card, throws it at them. They're dead. Done. So it's like, so Seraph or Paladin's like, I'm protected by the gods. And Thor's like, hey, cool, which one? I might know them. Smack. Like, cracks me up. Yeah, every time he retrieves the hammer, he gains an electrokinesis. So that's your engine. And at any point in time, so instant speed, anytime, you may discard a card to do one of the others, either retrieving Mjolnir or throwing Mjolnir. And so that combined with this last bullet point in a multiplayer game, if an opponent who has Mjolnir is defeated, retrieve it. So if you throw Mjolnir for the killing blow, you get to retrieve Mjolnir for free. You didn't have to roll something or play something or discard a card to retrieve it. So it's Thor, much like Scarlet Witch, is busted in DTA in the most fun way. Because that is instant isolated damage. Get a minion down to 1 or 2 health. Get them down to 1 health, And then wait for that minion to roll their attack. Did they whiff? Cool. Let them whiff. Proceed. Did they lock in an attack? Throw Mjolnir. Bah! They're dead. The attack is negated because they're dead. You get Mjolnir back for free. So that's a third of a card. Every electrokinesis is 1/3 of a card draw. So you discard 1 card to throw it, and you get a third of a card back because it killed them, so it immediately retrieves. You were doing a King of the Hill 1v1v1 and Thor popped us both off at 1 HP with the hammer throw. Low point in your life. Oh, it wasn't even Thor's turn. I think I remember you telling that horror story in Discord months and months ago. That's so funny. Yeah, like, seriously, Mjolnir is nasty. You cannot risk getting low health against Thor. He's gonna cap you. Like, he's gonna crown you with that Mjolnir hard. So, and again, in DTA, there's so much gamesmanship you can do with it. Like, multiple opponents, all with low health. Like, wait till the last second. Like, let's say a first strike minion has 1 health left. and it's Thor fighting him, whatever. You start your turn again, your DTA turn, so it comes to you. You're in the middle of the fight. It's a minion with first strike. They go. They lock in an attack. Cool, good for them. You throw a Mjolnir by discarding a card. The minion's dead. You get Mjolnir back. You get an Electrokinesis. There's a third of a new card right there. Now you get a full turn with no opponent, so you can roll something like Mighty Summon and get your good status effects going and heal up a little bit too in the meantime. Like, that's just one example of how to describe the gamesmanship that is Mjolnir in DTA. Thor is not OP in DTA. Mjolnir is OP in DTA. Yes, that is an excellent point. And in fact, yeah, Black Panther loves fighting against Thor. Yeah, Mjolnir. Yeah, so if when you're playing DTA, Mjolnir cannot be thrown onto your ally Black Panther to like generate energy for him, because it does say specifically throwing means placing it on an opponent. But yeah, every time Mjolnir is thrown, it's 1 damage. 1 isolated damage. Black Panther loves that. Black Panther's kinetic energy does specifically mention, on his passive that is, he cannot gain kinetic energy during an ult. Not just like from an ult, but during an ult. So if you ult with Thor, throw that hammer, other than how often that the ult says to throw it, throw that hammer as often as you want, because during the ultimate, all of that isolated damage will not tick up his kinetic energy. And the reason being is you never want to be punished for doing an ult. If you were doing an ultimate against someone, and especially if you did isolated damage, like the Cursed Pirate's keg blowing up in the middle of her ult, or Thor's hammer being thrown in the middle of his ult, and Black Panther burst in the middle of that ult, killing the player who was ulting, that would feel like garbage. So that is why Black Panther cannot gain kinetic energy at any point in the middle of an ult, even if it's isolated damage. As long as it's in the middle between when the ult was activated and damage calculation, no kinetic energy from any isolated source in the middle, so that there's no bad vibes from an ultimate. But yes, absolutely. I could see a free-for-all where Black Panther and Loki make a deal. Like, he's like, keep throwing it at me. I want more kinetic energy. I won't burst it on you. Keep throwing it at me. Okay. Time to read and sleeve. Stormbreak. Instant card that costs nothing. Play only if you've thrown Mjolnir twice this turn. So here's what I'm talking about, where he is a barbarian with strokes of genius. Some turns you don't throw Mjolnir very often. But some, once you've successfully thrown it twice, you get to draw a card. This is a free card, mind you. Draw a card, gain a CP, gain a guard break, gain electrokinesis, which means you're probably getting to where you've got 3 of that, and you can spin that to draw another card. Like Thor is an engine builder disguised as, well, the god of thunder. Like, you want to build up your resources and spend them at appropriate moments to where you can keep gaining more stuff, to spend more of your resources, to keep gaining more stuff, to keep spending more resources. And Power Trip's a good example of how you do that, but we'll get to that in a moment. Yeah, this is free. It just requires you to successfully throw the hammer twice in a turn. Some attacks or abilities do that on their own. Others, at worst, you have to discard a card you didn't care about. Good times. Great card. As soon as you are able to play it, play it. And unless it's like your last turn and you need to afford it twice as wild, probably don't sell this. Power Trip. 1 CP to draw 1 card and gain 2 electrokinesis. So 1 CP at instant speed, so you can interrupt stuff. Gain 1 2/3 of a card. Yeah, that is nearly a double up. So he nearly has an extra double up in his deck. Awesome. Absolutely play this. Time to hammer. So this is free. Yeah, instant free, and you can retrieve Mjolnir. You gain 1 CP and 1 electrokinesis. Retrieving Mjolnir also gains you an electrokinesis. So this card is basically gain 1 CP and 2/3 of a card for free. You just had to not have Mjolnir at the time. And it's instant speed, so you might all of a sudden surprise your opponent by being able to afford a card and by being able to draw a card. This could make you go from helpless to, you know, like playing another card to completely like negate your opponent's attack, or you know, by drawing a dice hate card and making it to where they can't lock in that large straight. This card is awesome, and it's free. Yes, please. Indomitable Will. So this one is interesting. It's almost kind of like the Blessing of Divinity I was talking about earlier. In fact, actually, tell you what. Yeah, all three of these last unique cards kind of like discuss each other here. So I'm gonna do something unique here and kind of try to show them and talk about them at the same time. So you have He is Worthy. 1 CP, change the value of any of your dice to a 4 or 5. That's his helmets there. That's the Worthy, the reds. Which is great. That's what his defense needs, and it combos really good with these other cards I'm about to show you. Indomitable Will. Plays only after being attacked. If the incoming attack would defeat you, roll 1 dice. If you roll a worthy, set your health to 1 instead. So this cannot prevent ults from defeating you because you would have to be able to react, and you can't react to an ult or a stun or what have you. But this gives you a chance to survive, assuming your opponent can't isolate damage later. That combos perfectly with this, because if that dice roll screws you, well, He is Worthy will indeed make your will indomitable. So great, you've got a survive 1 more turn card here that you can guarantee with some dice mods or this card. This card is not as consistently strong as I would hope it would be, because you have to have a unique situation where that incoming attack is going to defeat you and your opponent can't separate out their damage, so it's got to be like a samurai or something. You know, like you can't have a burn or a poison on you, or you're still going to lose, because it'll be your next turn's upkeep, you died. So this is ineffective against poisons and burns. To an extent. You also have to roll a 4 or 5. It's a third of a shot. So I like to think of this as a fancier Mesmerize from the Vampire Lord. You know, Mesmerize, you have to roll a third of a chance to helping hand your opponent. That can absolutely save you from an ultimate. You know, that Mesmerize. But you got to get lucky, and then you got to get lucky again. I kind of feel the same vibe with this. This is not as strong as you think it is, in my opinion, your default reaction to this. But yes, it is capable of creating awesome moments, and indeed capable of being as strong as your first reaction to it is. So this is a cool card, but it's also kind of expensive. But I mean, if it keeps you alive, no price is too much, obviously. So, you know, it is what it is. But just food for thought into why I find this card slightly overrated. But maybe it's just because I haven't been lucky with it and I confirmation biased myself. Yeah, the third card here, as if this isn't strong enough, because this could technically prevent tons of damage. This can prevent unlimited damage, you know, from one attack. Like, are you at 2 health, or are you at 1 health, and you got smacked for 15? Well, I'm still alive. This invulnerability, 2 CP, discard 2 electrokinesis, prevents all incoming damage. So between this and Indomitable Will, Thor has a lot of sneaky ways, and all the ways he can gain electrokinesis at instant speeds from his other cards, rather. He has a ton of different ways of surprising you and sneaking away with stuff, getting away with stuff in the middle of roll phases, offensive or defensive. So, yeah, Thor has a lot of strong, good tricks. Between all the combos from his red cards that like to get him a lot of electrokinesis so he can draw more cards, so he can throw Mjolnir more often, etc., etc. And between the strength of these cards to keep him alive. Like, yeah, Thor is an electric engine that you've got to build up. And it doesn't take that long to build him up. He's not a shadow thief. So, a lot of fun. Like, a little tricksy, but Like, not terribly. You just kind of gotta wait so where you can combo your cards in the most fun, effective ways. Alright, so upgrades. We've got Thunderwheel. 2 CP to add a dice to your defense. And it also makes it to where if you just Yahtzeed on his hammer symbol, you'll actually like get the effect twice, not just once. Because you literally can only get it once on here because, you know, you only roll 3 dice. But if you manage to get all hammers, you will throw and retrieve Mjolnir. Like, you know, one then the other, or one then the other, whichever the order is. Per helmet. So, yeah, basically it's why I call him Barbarian with Strokes of Genius. His defense is Barbarian's defense, you know, prevent 2 damage per 4s and 5s. He's prevent, not heal, so he can't overheal like the Barbarian can on a low attack. But effectively, most turns, it's the same difference. But he gets all this other extra cool fun stuff, like throwing or retrieving Mjolnir, or gaining electrokinesis per 6 rolled. So, like, Barbarian defense, plus maybe involving Mjolnir, plus getting 1/3 of a card per 6 rolled. Good stuff. An extra dice is always worth the upgrade, in my defense humble opinion. Okay. Mini ult upgrade. It adds a micro ult. It costs 2 CP, pretty standard. This throw retrieve up to 3 times rather than 2 times. Gain the 2 guard breaks, so that's the same. Then deal 8 times 1 per electro, so that buffs that by 1 damage. Adds 1 to this, and gives you a micro ult of throw retrieve up to 6 times. Ricochet is hysterical. It combos with that card that wants you to throw Mjolnir several times a turn. This is 3 isolated damage and a free card. Ricochet is awesome. For a micro ult, that's hysterically fun. It's low damage, but micro ults always are if they even do damage. I find this one really cute and really fun. Just because of all the resources it can build. In DTA, Ricochet is hysterical. Thunderbolt, you got large, straight upgrade here. And it adds Asgardian Brawn, which 3 helmets get you a heal. That's just a fallback if your dice roll was crappy on you. But I mean, you know, DTA, that's good stuff. Being able to roll a heal is good. So I love that. Like in multiplayers, this has added value. I love it. Throw retrieve Mjolnir. Oh yeah, so large straight is throw retrieve Mjolnir into Electro, deal 10 damage. This says throw retrieve Mjolnir to Electro at 12 damage. So 2 CP to add 2 damage to your large straight, along with a fallback that you don't really want to roll. 12 damage is high, especially since you might be adding 1 or more damage from the hammer. Maybe worth upgrading. It might just be a sell. Your call. Alright, so small straight. So small straight is kind of specific. Deal 7 damage. If the opponent you're attacking has Mjolnir on them, deal 9 damage instead. Otherwise, you gain electrokinesis. So basically, it does 7 damage and electrokinesis if you have Mjolnir, or if they don't have Mjolnir. It's 7 and an electro. Basically, think of it like, especially in a 1v1, the only reason they wouldn't have it is because you have it. So kind of think of the picture art. Like, if you got the hammer, you're making electricity as you smack, so deal 7 and gain an electro. If they have it, you just deal 9 damage instead, so think of it like you're lightning rodding them for the extra 2 damage. That's what I like to think of it as, your call. But the upgrade makes it to where it basically gets the best of both worlds. You'll move Mjolnir, whether to or from. You will gain an electro, so it might gain you 2 if you were retrieving Mjolnir in the first place, so you gain 2 electro, and it just defaults to 9 damage. That's 2 CP for that upgrade. I'd say that's worth it. That makes that feel as good as some characters' large straight upgrades. For 2 CP for a small straight, yeah, I think that's worth it. We got Odin Force here. Odin Force is kind of funny because it can be just your default attack over and over and over again. I guess, you know, sort of like the same dice spread that a lot of characters have in that bottom left one, where it's 3 of your 4s and 5s and 2 of your 1, 2, and 3s. And like the Gunslinger can do this all the time. She can roll for the take cover ability where you do some damage, gain an evasive. You can roll that over and over and over and over again and win. Come from behind and win even. I've done it before. This can kind of be like that, Odin Force, especially the upgrade. The base, deal 5 damage, roll 5 dice. And on double hammers, move Mjolnir. On double worthies, gain a CP. Gain electro per 6, then add damage per electro you have. So that can add up to 4. So this can max out at 9 damage and maybe do some other fun stuff like gaining CPs and stuff. So this adds 1 damage to the base. You still roll all 5 dice. Nothing changed there. Except you can re-roll the dice up to 1 time. So all 5 of them once. So you can really specifically go for what you want. This is great for resource generation. It does tons of different things. You could roll this over and over and over again in the whole game, the upgrade especially, Odin Force 2, and be happy hunky-dory the whole game. Like maximize your damage by holding on to electro and then spend them afterwards to draw cards. Odin Force 2 could be what you roll the entire game and it would not be a wasted game. In my opinion. Chain Lightning. So this ability is very much like the monk or barbarian ability that's here. It rolls X number of dice and uses those dice to result in damage. This says roll 3 dice, deal damage equal to the total of any 2 of them. So you're rolling with half advantage there. Roll 3 dice, pick the 2 best ones, that's how much damage you're doing. So cool, that would be 11 damage. So even though it's only 2 dice rather than the 3 that, Tempest Rush or the Barbarian's Overpowered does, the fact that you get half advantage here by rolling 3 and picking the best 2. Funny example there. But typically that means this is going to do 9 to 12 damage pretty often. You'll absolutely roll 1, 2, and 3 sometime and only do 4 damage. Yeah, look at that. I did 6 defendable damage. Pretty common. But the other text on it is additionally deal 2 damage as isolated collateral to any chosen opponent. It can be the same opponent. So the upgrade says roll 4 dice and deal an additional 3 damage. So that one's truly rolling with advantage. Roll 4 dice and pick the best 2. So that one's really hard to not do double-digit damage, and it's going to do an extra 3. So this maxes out at 14. This only maxes out at 1 more at 15. But the fact that you roll 1 extra dice to check for it. Chain Lightning's kind of funny. I guess it's decent for one kind of, subtle benefit of Chain Lightning. If you really wanted to chase 6s that turn, and you just couldn't, you did the classic Dice Throne Siren Song. You did your first roll, and it looks something like that. You got 2 6s. Well, heck yeah, buddy. We're going for an Old Town. Heck yeah. And you roll 2 more times. I didn't get any more 6s. Well, I do have Chain Lightning, or I could dice mod to easily get Chain Lightning. And, like I said, this can max out at 14 or 15 damage. That can be extremely strong. But, yeah. Chain Lightning, I have a tenuous relationship. I'm not very good at rolling it when I have to roll for it. So, your mods may vary, your call. I do think the upgrade is strong, but technically speaking, it's 2 damage. And your upper threshold has only gone up by 1 point. But your consistently has absolutely improved. Your call, that's worth 2 CP. Mighty Summon. So the base here is gain 2 card break, heal 2. If you have Mjolnir, gain 3 electro. If you don't, deal 3 to whoever has Mjolnir. And you also retrieve it, so yeah. The upgrade adds Boom Boom, just 2 electro and 6 damage. Which, considering that that's like a fallback of Chain Lightning even more, it almost kind of makes, admittedly, it's potentially quite weaker than Chain Lightning, but also potentially it could be better than Chain Lightning if you rolled like garbage for Chain Lightning. Gain 2 electro and deal 6. This might deal 6 and do nothing else. It'd be a bad roll, but it could happen. But yeah, the Mighty Summon upgrade, it makes it heal 1 more. It's still 2 guard breaks. It's still the same amount of electro if you already have Mjolnir, and it increases the damage by 1 to the opponent you retrieve it from instead. So yeah, this one I like it more than I should, I feel. Absolutely, it feels like a desire to alternate this and something else. This for the guard breaks, and then something else to turn an attack undefendable. Then you go back to the Mighty Summon. But it's just a little bit too low on the average damage. It's just a little bit too slow to be able to do that, I find. I do really like this ability, but I fear that it's not as strong as it looks. I mean, it's almost always worth to, if you have Mjolnir when you start this one, to discard a card to throw Mjolnir at someone so you can then retrieve it and do all this extra damage here. But that's my opinion. That's not gospel in the least there. That's absolutely able to be argued. Your call. Yeah, my summon is, it just kind of feels like noob bait. It feels like it's really, really good, and arguably maybe it absolutely is, but I find it just a little bit too slow to keep up with some opponents. But then again, that's why it probably has cards that are like prevent all damage or survive after lethal damage, so that you can, do that and still have a good, great game, a victorious game. And Hammered here actually has 2 upgrades. So that might be the only, I think that might be the only upgrade in the entirety of the Marvel that has 2 upgrades. So the base is 4, 5, 7, kind of a jump there, and throw Mjolnir. Hammered 2 is free, doesn't cost anything. It's 5, 6, 7. So the maximum is the same, but it improves the weakest options. And it says throw or retrieve Mjolnir, so it'll always move Mjolnir instead of the one that'll only move it away. And on a 4 of a kind, gain Electro, gain a third of a card. Not bad. But Hammered 3 costs 2 CP. So going from Hammered 2 to Hammered 3, there's no benefit there. So if you drew them in that order, that's not going to feel good. And if you draw them in the other order, you're just going to sell Hammered or discard it for throwing or retrieving Mjolnir, excuse me. So, but anywho, Hammer 3, 5, 6, and 8, so it increases the max damage. Throw or retrieve Mjolnir, so that stays the same, but now only on 3 of a kind it does its thing. 8, possibly 9 damage, along with a third of a card, or 2/3 of a card if you're retrieving Mjolnir. That's pretty strong for a basic attack. That can be nice, consistent damage once you're ahead that the opponent can't really dice mod you away from. Not bad. Better than most, but it's still your basic attack. You don't want to roll that often, typically. Boo. Almost ate that we're coming to an end here. All I've got left is sleeving the basic cards here for him. And his promo, gotta remember that. So yeah, we are getting close to winding down here. Because I think that's about everything from the box. The only thing I'm confusing myself on is whether or not there are bases that come with the standees here. If they are, I'm missing where they're at. I absolutely could have missed something. Yeah, if anyone can think of any overthinking questions as far as game interactions here. Oh, the only thing they come with them. I've seen others ask the same question. Okay, right on. Yeah, I would need to crack open my DTA box to even confirm my suspicion that you would use spares there. Did I buy any other mats? I did not. I got the 2 from the bundle and save here, so the kind of collage ones, if you will. Mosaics of all the heroes. But no, I do not have any other mats. I already own the bosses one from DTA, and I've got the Cursed Pirate one. My wife picked that one out from a tournament from Build Phase. We got that as a reward, which is very sweet. Along with some very cool 3D printed Treant companions and a couple of status effect tokens. I always keep them near my computer. I love these guys. Yeah. Oh, random shoutouts. Exactly a month from today, July 23rd. It's June 23rd here right now. Late in the evening, my time. There's going to be a day one Marvel tournament hosted by the Dice Throne World Cup Discord. Feel free to seek that out online. I'm sure you can message anybody on the Facebook group, or just message the official Dice Throne Discord, or search in there, Control F it and look for it, and you'll find me posting links to it. And you can join up in that Discord. They host long-term tournaments. They host day one, like 1 day long tournaments on occasion. The previous one of that, I actually did a sort of shoutcasting of. I muted myself in the game so that the players couldn't hear me, but I streamed their games and ran commentary the whole time while they were playing. Tons of fun. I really enjoyed it, and I'm hoping to do that again a month from now. So as many people as they can handle for signups, please sign up. I would love for it just to be a whole long day of Marvel Dice Throne as players continue to get to try out and experience and experiment with these new heroes. It's going to be a ton of fun. And I'll probably put well, I don't know if like invites, I think they expire after X amount of time, but I might, put an invite if they last longer than a short amount of time in like the YouTube video description or something. Alright. And status effect tokens, my dude. Such heft. If they be worthy indeed, that is heavy. Alright. Ooh, look at that. I didn't even realize that man, he just surprises you with color. Just bam. Alright. You come with 3 guard breaks. Indeed. There they are. 4 electrokinesis. Oh, that's why they weren't separated, because it was same dude. I said to fold them to make it fit, but cutting this apart didn't really matter. In fact, yeah, it looks like it's not even designed to be. 1 Mjolnir. So yeah, don't throw the metal ones. Enjoy the metal one for what it is. Don't throw it. You could probably throw that one. That wouldn't really hurt unless it pokes someone in the eye. I don't yeah. Disclaimer: we do not practically encourage throwing of anything at anybody. Yeah, that is. Yeah, comparing the two, that is a delightful heft. And this is the same on both sides here. It just has that symbol on it, but this has the whole sentence on it. So good stuff. Good stuff. Alrighty, and we've got his standee, which pretty big. Nice little orange to a little bit of green in the background there to blue. Yeah, good stuff. And that's the last of those. Oh, I screwed up apparently. For poor Captain Marvel, I didn't pop her status effect tokens. Well, cool. We're not done yet, so I'm not going to close until we're done. So, okay. So, put that on there. You're good. Can Mjolnir fit in here? Kind of. I'd say it kind of fits there. It sticks up a little bit. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna be like that. Like, all right, yeah. If anyone can think of smarter ways to store these, let me know. Well, pull a Loki, let your opponent pick a hand, put one of each, and then throw that hammer into the hand. All right, so which hammer do I have? Huh? Oh, sorry. You get the metal one. I'm so OCD about like not wanting to throw away stuff that I kind of want to put him back in his baggie. Whatever. can't get over that. Oh, that's just beautiful. And his fist kind of fades away, so just think of it like a rainbow punch there or something. Just bam. D&D taught me that rainbows are just the most powerful things. Like all the rainbow spells in D&D are like just the strongest spells. It's really cool, like description, like as you read them and their effects. All right. Yeah, these rails I'm having to get used to because my battle boxes do not have these plastic rails on them. All right, Captain. Well, that's why I hadn't popped her standee earlier. I didn't even pop her tokens. Poor thing. Hi, buddy. Hi, Finn. I got a dog right out of camera view. Sorry you can't see him. Alrighty. So, yep. 2 rays, 4 flares, 3 radiances. Perfect. Don't worry about it, buddy. It's fine. None to mind. Alright, so, and the last question of the night here. Will these... I love the shock, like, I love the, like, curved edges here on that, like, just kind of adds to the impact. Will these fit conveniently here? They absolutely do. These are like the perfect size because they look and feel very large, but they also aren't that large. They store perfectly. So, yeah, best of both worlds on the size of these. Really like that. Okay. Dang, it's finally here. Been waiting since last year, and it is a physical piece of media in my hands. That is awesome. This is a fun thing you can do in tournaments. If you like reveal to each other who you're playing at the same time, you just like palm it or don't show it and then reveal it. So there you go. There's our 8 heroes. Ton of fun to open and do in a sort of impromptu review diatribe unboxing. Never done anything like that before. And I didn't know what I was really going to make of it, but it just kind of organically flowed from me of like, oh yeah, I will happily talk strategy, talk opinions, talk art, critiquing. Everyone's a critic. Big shout out to Nate, Manny, Gavin, the Aarons, the Hydrix, everyone involved in the Dice Throne team. It's been an absolute pleasure to enjoy this game, be a part of it in my own very small way, and really appreciate the time and effort in this just awesome game. So, unless anyone has any last second questions you'd like to ask before we end the stream, I think that will do it for me. Been a lot of fun. I look forward to further online play from the community, whatever fun creativity people come up with. You never know what someone's gonna 3D print or even offer as 3D printing for others. Cool trays, status effect tokens, all sorts of fun stuff. Really looking forward to the rest of the community getting their hands on this and just expressing their joy on their social medias as they get a hold of them. So good luck, and may your shipments, if you haven't gotten them, come swiftly and accurately. And I hope everyone has a good night, and we will catch you on the next stream or tournament. Good night.